With a maniacal laugh, we welcome you to Champions Landing in exciting Emporia, Kansas. It's the 2024 Dynamic Discs Open, and you're watching Tournament Central on the Disc Golf Network. Grant Zellner alongside Brian Earhart, and I bring up the maniacal laugh comment because this morning was very difficult out on the course for the FPO field, and I can't wait to see if that translates into the afternoon round, despite the fact that the day looks fairly innocuous and the wind seems down for our region, yet players really struggled on this track that frankly isn't unfamiliar to them.
That's what shocked me. I feel like it's going to be one of those days where our leaders, and there's a lot of them right now, are going to be driving home and probably thinking, man, I left like 4 or 5 strokes out there. I'm in the lead. This is awesome. I got away with one on this. 1 under par in these conditions is not a great round. It's 975. It's actually the worst hot round of the year ratings-wise. 1,007 was the previous hot round. That was the worst. And that was Owen Scoggins back at Austin. I don't know. What do you make of it, Grant? It really wasn't that bad a wind out there.
Well, let's dive into a hole that might be a start of an explanation. Hole number 16. This might give us a little bit of a picture as to what was unusual about the conditions out there today. Here is, I believe, Missy Ganon throwing her tee shot on the 16th. This is a straight left to right crosswind. And if you're familiar with this course, you know that is an unusual direction for the wind. We talked a lot this morning about the strength of the wind, and yes, it's lower than it can be in this part of Kansas during this time of year. This was a wind straight out of the east, Brian, and I'm from about 4 hours south of here, and I can tell you an easterly wind in this part of the country is quite rare. Players likely have not played these holes very frequently in this condition. You had a straight headwind on hole number 1. You had a dramatic crosswind pushing the disc into the pond on hole number 8. And on hole number 16, that same crosswind going in the opposite direction was giving the players fits. Not to mention the fact that on the greens, players struggled to get their putts aligned with this type of wind. But I think that's what you saw today. I think you saw on a number of holes a wind coming from an unusual direction, and it just gave them problems that couldn't be solved in 1 or 2 throws. They're going to have to come back tomorrow, and who knows, we may not even have the same win, but even if we did, they'd have to come back tomorrow with a slightly different game plan. I have no doubt they would eventually solve the problem, but sometimes you can't do it in one round.
On 16, when you have the left to right wind, it seems like you have to play straight at the basket. And that's a really challenging thing to do, or to want to do, when the basket doesn't have a lot of land around it. I think when you look at Haley's drive or Missy's drive or Raven's drive, all drives that got dragged off to the right, that's a pretty sweet pocket when you get that classic right to left wind on that hole. That's going to drag you right back to the basket. It just so happens that 10, 15 mile an hour wind was enough to force players into a position they didn't want. And that's what's interesting about that range, 10 to 15 miles an hour. You have to make a conscious decision. Is this enough to affect my disc that much? When you have 20, 30 mile an hour winds, it doesn't matter how stable your disc is, it's still going to get shoved off its line, even if it doesn't flip on you. So I think today that might have been one of the problems. And let's talk about Missy Ganon and Haley King, 2 players tied for the lead right now. They both missed 6 circle 1 putts. And Grant, do you think the wind conditions have something to do with that?
Oh, no doubt about it. They, like I said, you have a certain amount of wind that you compensate for, and below a certain threshold, you generally don't worry about it. This wind today was right in the middle of those 2 extremes, for lack of a better term. And yes, I absolutely think that coupled with the direction and the way it channels through the trees here in certain instances, I think it gave the players some serious fits out there. And when that's already in your head, and now you have to step up and you have to calm yourself to dial back and have some finesse and some touch for it with a putt, that's a very difficult thing to do.
Well, Grant, Missy goes 12 of 18 C1 in regulation. She gave herself opportunities to get birdies out there. So is 1 under a fluke of a round? It could be, because the way Missy's throwing the disc, she's giving herself so many looks, and I don't think the wind is enough to scare her away from making putts. I think today was one of those freak rounds where she misses more putts than she pretty much ever has all season. Let's take a listen to what she had to say about the 1 down from her own words.
With Missy Ganon. Now, Missy, on day one at the Dynamic Disc Open, you parred 6 holes. You did something else on every other hole on the course, be it birdie, bogey, double bogey. Talk about the emotional ebb and flow of a round like this.
Yeah, it was weird. Personally, at Champions Cup, I lost a go-to disc of mine, which I probably would have thrown on a lot of the holes out here. So unfortunately, I ended up going with one that I did field work with, and I thought it was good, but it just not quite as stable as I thought. So a couple of my errors were on not only OB, but also on the wrong side of OB. I was finding myself on like the short sides, but instead of playing for the OB on the left side or whatever to gain me more distance. So yeah, I'm just trying to work through some disc changes a little bit, and yeah, I'll go back and do field work after this and try to find something else to put in for tomorrow.
Let's expand on that. What will you be working on in that field work? Is it just getting comfortable with the disc, or will you also be looking to future conditions or envisioning specific holes and what you might do differently tomorrow?
I think it's just throwing molds that I know, but on multiple angles. I think I found myself just kind of questioning the angle that I was throwing on today because I just wasn't quite as confident with the disc that I put in the bag. So I'm going to go, while the wind is still up, I'm going to go and do some field work there and just test a bunch of things. But also know that if I'm going to err, I need to err on the correct side to gain the distance. But yeah, the wind was higher than I expected it to be. I always expected it to be high out here, but based on the forecast, I was expecting like 8 mile an hour with like maybe 20 mile an hour gusts, and it felt stronger than that. So anyway, maybe mentally just wasn't quite ready for it.
The winds were out of the east, which is a little bit unusual for this part of the country, and likely conditions that you haven't seen much here. Was the direction of the wind impactful on certain holes in a way that typically it isn't?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, especially hole 16, it was a pretty strong crosswind from left to right, and that's just a tough. It's a sort of like a flip up straight to hyzer shot for me, and if it flipped up too much, they were just riding right and they weren't having a chance to come back in. So yeah, certainly some challenges there of just being really aware of the wind and trying again to miss on the correct side, or just pick the right angle, right disc. So yeah, like I said, field work's going to be important. I've done a lot of it, but I'm going to have to go do more and see what tomorrow brings.
1 under par, multi-way tie for the lead,
Okay.
but you clearly have a sense that you need to do better tomorrow to maintain pace. Do you have a sense of how much better it's going to take to stay at the top of this FPO field?
I don't know. Even 1 under, I was kind of surprised. I looked at scores on the tee of 17, and I was kind of surprised to see Haley and I at the top just because of how up and down it was. And I just never really know what to expect from the field. So, yeah, it's just trying to capitalize more on those like 20-footers. I missed a bunch of those, but then was making my 25-footers. So I don't know. That's golf for you. Yeah, just capitalizing more on the opportunities and trying to correct my mistakes from today.
Missy will play from the lead card on moving day in Emporia.
Thank you.
Missy Ganon, along with Haley King, 2 of the 5 sharing the lead. But Missy and Haley, a lot of similarities in how they got to where they are, despite the fact that their playing styles are certainly not necessarily identical, yet the categories in which they are dominating the field seem to be the same categories. They're giving themselves chances. They're not capitalizing on all of them. They're capitalizing on enough of them to pace the field.
Yeah, I feel like for the most part, except for Northwood Black last week, most of the time, C1 in regulation will tell you who's towards the top. If you're throwing the disc inside circle 1, especially if the winds are down, you're going to beat a lot of the field. You're not going to be stressed out. You're not going to be taking bogeys. The top 3 C1 in regulation throwers are now not at the tournament. And right now, the people who have taken their place, Haley King and Missy Ganon, who are in first place, Emily Weatherman, who we can talk about later, also up there towards the top in that category. 12 of 18 for Missy, 10 of 18 for Haley. So they had looks for birdie on over half the holes on this course, and they missed 6 of those opportunities. If they are doing this and they're still in the lead, I'm scared for the rest of the field because I know for a fact they're not going to go over the course of this weekend and miss 18 circle 1 putts. You know that's not going to happen, Grant.
Not in the slightest. That will not happen. They will make adjustments. The conditions will change potentially in their favor, although it could be wet and muddy tomorrow. Nevertheless, we got a chance to catch up with Haley King and hear what her mental state was after the round. Haley King, you're a co-leader after day one at Champions Landing with a 1 under par effort. Let's talk about the close of your round. Holes 16 and 17 are among the 3 most difficult holes on the course, getting everybody with bogeys and double bogeys. Where you differed is you came back to close with a birdie on the 18th. Not a common feat today. Can you talk about the value of that when it comes to your mental state and when it comes to how you'll feel in the overnight?
Yeah, I mean, I was really upset that I threw my drive OB on 16. I'm really confident on that hole. I really enjoyed that hole. So when I went OB, I was kind of upset. And then on my tee shot on 17, I was upset because the second shot went OB. So by the time it came to 18, I knew it was the last hole I could birdie. So I just clutched up and did it, I guess.
You're a multi-time winner at this venue, or at least at events that utilized this venue. How comfortable were you out there today, and were any of the course changes something new enough to you that they made you a bit uncomfortable?
No, I actually feel extremely comfortable throwing the disc out here. It's coming to putting where my wrist is really tight. I wasn't able to loosen it up, so it was just like driving was fine, putting was where it lacked.
How will you take care of that wrist and of the rest of your body when it comes to resetting after today and preparing for tomorrow where conditions could be less than ideal?
Yeah, I'm going to be talking to my coach, Dr. Wilcox, a lot. I already texted him throughout the round. He's telling me ideas what to do. So I'm just going to listen to his advice and wake up early, see if I can, massage it out a little bit more for the next day and see if it works.
Players known for having some power, as you are, have different strategies when it comes to wet and potentially slick conditions. Some try to completely ignore it. Others really disc down or power down as much as they can. What's your personal approach to playing in what could be slick and hazardous conditions?
I'm probably just going to throw a towel down and throw the same. I'm just going to keep my body slow so there's not too much momentum that'll make me slip, but I'm going to keep throwing the same disc, have the same game plan.
Haley King is in a familiar place on the leaderboard at the familiar confines of Champions Landing, heading into day number 2. Haley King certainly in a familiar place on the leaderboard, a little more crowded than it typically is, with 5 players knotted up at the top. One of those players relegated, and I say that with respect to the chase card tomorrow. Talking about Holland Hanley, she'll be leading the way amongst that second foursome. Holland got where she got in a completely different way than the other players. Holland actually closed very, very well. Many of these other players struggling on both 16 and 17. Meanwhile, Holland Hanley, her struggles came in the middle of the round, but thankfully she closed with a flourish, birdieing 14, 15, and 18. So Holland finding a different way to get the job done today.
Yeah, I mean, to take the score she did on 8 and 9, I truly don't think that's that big of a deal. 6.33 average on 8, so almost averaging a par. And then on 9, 5.26 average, both averaging over par. Yeah, the double bogey hurts, but if you're going to bogey and take those strokes, you might as well do it on holes where you're not losing that many strokes to the field. Holland did great. 2 through 5, that's the part of the course you have to score on. You have to get birdies on that stretch. And I guarantee you, just like I don't think Haley and Missy are going to miss 6 putts again inside circle 1, I don't think Holland Hanley is going to get a 6 on hole number 1. I just don't see it happening. For Holland, you just got to throw a flat to hyzer shot with something overstable, throw another one of those, and then get up and down. She should be birdieing this hole pretty easily. So I think she could clean this up and easily go under par. I think, again, today, 1 under par being the hot round is shocking, and I think a lot of these players are feeling the same way.
Holland gave us some candid thoughts right after she closed out her putt on 18. Sharing some smiles here in the booth with Holland Hanley. Holland, you were talking about needing a moment of relief after the round today. The wind, not as up as it has been, but still pretty impactful. Talk about your round.
Yeah, I mean, we started off really, really good. And I had the bogey on hole 1, but really that was just trying out a new disc, and it wasn't quite as beefy as I thought. But then getting 4 in a row, thought we were cruising, and then the wind just like grabbed a putt from me on 7, gave me a double bogey. And then the wind on 8 was pretty treacherous today. You get that like right to left crosswind on 8, and it's really hard to compensate for it. And then Same thing on 9, another just missed putt that wasn't that bad, but it got away from me and cost me another OB stroke. But for the most part, was able to kind of let go of the frustration and still like kind of wrangle the round and kind of get hold of things again.
A lot of rounds I saw today go off the rails there at that 8-9 stretch. Yours could have. You brought it back together, closed with 3 birdies in the final 5 holes, especially that last one. Did you have a sense that last putt would put you onto the lead card?
I thought maybe if I got close to even, that might give me lead or chase card. I know midway through the round, the lead at one point was at like 3 or 4 down or something like that. So really my goal after 9 holes was just to get back to even.
In fairness, there's actually a 5-way tie right now in first, so we'll see how the tiebreaker goes.
Cool,
with the
so
lead
I'll probably
card.
be on chase card.
Either way, you're in great position. A lot of talk, even the marshal there at the end of the round, reminding everybody, prepare for the rain tomorrow morning. Yep. So clearly it's in everybody's mind as much as we don't want to talk about it. How's that going to impact things given how difficult the course played today?
Mostly when I'm going to probably do like my run-ups and stuff, I'm not going to be throwing it as hard as I can. I'm going to probably treat it more like a woods course where you have to be a little bit more careful about your feet so you don't slip, which honestly that's how I was on some of the occasions. I did have a little bit tighter line today and it was really working for me. So probably treat it a little bit more like woods lines where you need to be cautious about where your feet are, and then just realize that it's going to be a day. There's going to be frustrating things that happen, but that's going to be happening to everybody, so it doesn't necessarily mean anything bad for your positioning.
Players struggled a great deal today trying to hold the island green at 16, maybe some waffling, trying to decide what else to do. Is it ever a thought in your mind that you would lay up on 16, or are you going for the island every time? What's your strategy there?
I did practice the layup just to have it kind of in the back pocket, but in my mind, if you do the layup play, you're a 3 or a 5, you go for it, you're a 2 or a 4. And I would I'd just rather not bring the 5 into play. That's kind of what I decided today. And I threw a pretty good shot that got a little drifty on me, which of course it's going to in this wind. And I was lucky enough to land just barely in bounds. So I felt like I kind of got a free stroke today on that one.
Inside the mind of Holland Hanley, she's tied for first with 4 others heading into moving day at the Dynamic Disc Open. So Champions landing some unexpected punches when it comes to the FPO field. Will the trend continue this afternoon as the MPO field takes the course? We'll talk about that right after this on the Disc Golf Network.
In a backyard kingdom, not so different from your own. Prince of Southern royalty was born of the plastic stone.
I'm David Wiggins, and in 2016, I set the disc golf world distance record with a throw of 1,108 feet. Whether I'm out in the field measuring a max distance throw, or on the course checking the elevation change for an upshot, I rely on the Eagle Secret 360 to give me accurate distances. It's the only rangefinder on the market that measures in feet, yards, and meters. It's USB-C rechargeable and features a lithium-ion battery. Visit EagleSecret360.com to get yours today.
The dust is settling for the most part. The first 48 hours were just insane amount of messages coming my way. I went to my local league Tuesday night, and man, everybody was so excited, and it was awesome to get a lot of congrats from those guys too. But yeah, it's been a crazy week.
This is a course that requires a lot of speed and distance. Do you still think you can have a weekend just like last week and take this tournament down?
I think so. I'm not going to say no because I'm here to win.
Of course.
And I was looking at scores what I did last year. I shot a 9 under the first round, And so if I put together 3 9-unders, I don't know if that'll be good enough to win. We'll see, but it might put me in contention and I can get hot at the end or something. We'll just have to see.
How do you feel coming back here after the victory last year?
It feels absolutely amazing. I mean, just going out there for practice rounds and seeing all the spots that I was in last year and like kind of remembering like just absolutely defying the odds and bringing my game out there is crazy. It's such a cool feeling.
A couple of unlikely heroes there from recent memory, but that's not to suggest that the heroism wasn't well earned. Talking about Andrew Presnell taking down the major championship just a week ago, and then about a year ago, Parker Welk coming from frankly out of nowhere to take down an Elite Series event right here at this very course. Remarkable stuff from these two players, and I want to reemphasize, well earned. To make sure that it doesn't sound like I'm taking anything away from the accomplishment. It was simply that maybe nobody was looking when they snuck up on everybody else and did what they did.
Well, I think this is a testament to where the MPO division has come. There's so many talented, athletic throwers of the disc from both sides now with both spins. The modern putting stroke is starting to develop, that kind of push putt with a lot more spin oriented in the trajectory. And I feel like guys like Parker Welk are a pretty good testament to that. And he came up and had that weekend where everything came together. The thing is, you're coming here to Champions Landing, a course that guys like Ricky Wysocki has been playing for a decade. You know, there's a lot that goes into learning a course inside and out and learning what wind positions there are and how to score a certain course when the wind is a certain miles per hour. What's a good score? Sometimes you don't have that and you have to just go in there, you know, and just go pedal to the metal. And like he said in the press conference this week, that's what he did. He didn't care about taking safe pars. He wanted to go for those aggressive birdies and eagles, and it paid off. He also said the aggressive play a lot of times doesn't pay off for him, but he's got those good feelings coming into this tournament.
Interesting. You know, I don't know if it's a recency bias or what, but because of Welk's victory here last year, a lot of people coming into this week talking about how this could be a breakthrough week for someone else. But historically speaking, that hasn't been what happens here at the Dynamic Discs Open. If you look back at about the last decade or so, you're going to see a lot of chalk on that history leaderboard that shows who won every year. You're going to see Paul McBeth winning 5 out of a 7-year stretch at one point. You're going to see Simon Lizotte. You're going to see Ricky Wysocki. You're going to see only 1 or 2 true breakthroughs, one being Parker Welk, another being Cameron Todd some years back. Mm-hmm. Other than that, it's been a course that seems to favor experience. So now we come into this year, on one hand, it's been the year of the upstart. We've seen that all through 2024. Definitely. On the other hand, we've got guys like Ricky Wysocki, Paul McBeth, and Calvin Heimberg that seem to be right on the cusp of getting into their true midseason form. Which is going to win out today?
You know, I feel like I'm kind of hoping for the experience to come through this week. I feel like it's getting to a certain point where Paul McBeth knows he's going to have to grind out a win on the Disc Golf Pro Tour because of the bar he worked so hard with Ricky Wysocki to set after a decade plus of dominating this sport together. So I don't know. I'm kind of looking forward to someone popping off like a Paul or a Ricky and getting the big win, because right now the young generation is coming and clearly they're here to stay.
He's something of an adopted son for these parts, talking about Ricky Wysocki. So let's call it a homecoming of sorts for Ricky. Here he is from last week. Things very close to clicking on all cylinders for Ricky, and he was very much in contention in a very different environment just a week ago. What do you like about how his game matches up to this course?
He comes to Emporia and he's a superhero. I mean, I'm being serious. You talk to any of the DD players and they get such a warm welcome when they come back here. It's not often that you go to a place where a disc golf headquarters is for a company and they are a huge part of the community, and these players are on billboards. Grant, they're all over the place. They're in Walmarts. Like I just think it's so cool that Ricky feels so many good feelings coming back here. I'll never forget the really emotional win he had here a little bit ago, and it looked like he was out of body, playing like he couldn't miss anything. Like classic major champion Ricky Wysocki. So I think beyond whose game fits where, I think Ricky Wysocki loves Emporia. He loves this course, and I don't care what anybody else is doing. I don't care what AB's doing, Calvin's doing, Ganon's doing. I still think Ricky's the favorite to win here.
Well, let's talk a little bit about Calvin Heimberg for the simple reason that at this stage of the season, 1 year ago, Calvin Heimberg, by all accounts, was the best disc golfer on planet Earth for that stretch of time.
Definitely.
Here he is in this stretch of this season. Now he's had to come over a little bit of a nagging injury. He's trying to get back into form, kind of getting up to pace. He's a wise man, and I say that knowing how youthful he is, but he's a wise person in that he's not rushing anything at all. He's protecting his body. He knows the season is a marathon and a career is an ultra marathon, yet it seems to be about time for him to be able to flip that switch.
Yeah, and out here, not having the sidearm, I don't know how the elbow's feeling for Calvin or how his arm's feeling, but throwing all backhands out here is going to be tough. There's going to be certain spots where you really want to throw the counterclockwise spin, but we keep saying that, and he keeps putting up decent performances, but are they good enough to take down a victory? Not sure, but I will say, we have seen multiple times on the days where the winds get up to 30 miles an hour plus, he's the guy that comes in with a 10 under par. And everybody else is shooting 1 over, 2 down, and actually not being too unsatisfied with it. He's the guy that comes out here and shoots something heroic. We've seen it multiple times.
Indeed. Ganon Burr. I want to mention Ganon for no other reason than the fact that he's already won this year. I mean, the guy deserves a lot of mention. Brian, one of the things I love to get you talking about is the use of airspace. I've gotten you talking about it several times already this season about the fact that different courses provide different types of airspace for players to access if they so choose. Whether it's a wooded course or a different type of park course, there's a certain style of play that players can use to get around that track. Ganon, because of his power and his finesse, he has access to throw virtually any kind of shot. And as we've seen today with the wind conditions and other things, he may have to be a bit more creative than meets the eye. What do you think of Ganon's prospects coming into this event after a fairly good start to his year?
I've been watching Ganon very closely this year. He made the switch to Discmania. He switched his bag that he's been throwing since he was a kid. He's learning new discs. What I'm noticing in his play, I have a feeling has a little bit of something to do with him playing Nevin last year at the Tour Championship and having to throw power hyzer flips on those tightly wooded shots that don't let you throw the flex. Ganon's kind of throwing a little bit of both now. I remember hearing him talk last year about how the flex was his favorite style. That's what he thought the best style of disc golf was the stable flex. But now we're starting to see him throw a little bit more hyzer flip, a little bit flippier stuff. So he's kind of living between the hard force over and the steep hyzer flip like you'd see from a Nicholas Antila. And he's developing a little different style than we've seen in years past. Do I want him to stick with that hard flex style? Absolutely. That's what I think is his most natural movement with the way he likes to throw a disc. But I love watching him evolve. He's 18 years old, Grant. I can't even believe that. We're already talking about the evolution of his play style as if it's already been established. But clearly, he's still working through things and experimenting. So just a player we kind of have to sit back and witness over the course of his career.
Maturing right before our eyes. A quick look at the leaderboard as things stand right now, just before featured cards get on course. You see a couple of 7s already in the clubhouse, a few more 7s with holes to go. Brian, double digits under par accessible today for this field?
Absolutely. And Grant, we see an eagle on hole 18. Cal Lundquist from Minnesota got the first eagle, so we'll see if you win your battle on the over-under on 18.
I'm off to a good start. The incredible, exciting new 18th here at Champions Landing. For Brian Earhart, I'm Grant Zellner. We'll be back after the round to wrap things up on day number 1 here at the Dynamic Discs Open. Enjoy the broadcast.
Ricky. What? What just happened? Wysocki blows up the basket on the 16th. I don't know what that is, but it definitely bombs.
Behold the Eagles Crossing Disc Golf Course, a sanctuary where the ordinary transforms into the extraordinary. As each disc takes flight, destiny intertwines with the flight path. But beware, brave souls, for the course harbors challenges that even the boldest must confront. Yet, fear not, For victory and camaraderie are your companions on this voyage. Visit eaglescrossingdiscgolf.com.
Welcome into beautiful Emporia, Kansas, and Champions Landing for the opening round of the Dynamic Disc Open. With weather looming tomorrow, the field will need to take advantage of the friendly conditions today. Who hits the hole shot on day one? You'll find out live on the Disc Golf Network. Germ, let's watch the disc golf. Your Champions Cup champion, Andrew Presnell, in the house.
Yeah, Andrew just played some of the best golf of his life last week, really tapped into something amazing, and we are in as opposite of conditions as you can possibly imagine from Northwood, but it'll be exciting to watch him.
That is shit. Welcome into the booth at Champions Landing. I'm Ian Anderson. That is Major Champion right there, Jeremy Coling.
I'm here.
Nice, dude. We are stoked to have you in the booth live, and you're doing posts this weekend as well.
Yeah, double dutying the commentary, and yeah, first time live on camera for the Disc Golf Network, and it's super exciting to be here. This place is special, especially when we have the combined event with all the amateur divisions and the pro divisions. It's a great party, a great place to play disc golf.
There's a lot of history here. You know, you think about it, like, we've been coming to Emporia for so long now.
Yeah, it's been a tour event since, I believe, 2012 or 13.
Wow.
We've got some serious champions out here. I think Paul McBeth is a 5-time champion of this event. But yeah, there's a lot of history here and a lot of heart and soul going into this course design with Eric McCabe and the whole backing of the Dynamic Disc crew. But yeah, Champions Landing, and a new name for the course here at the Emporia Community Club, which was recently purchased by Jeremy Rusko and Dynamic Discs.
He's got plans for this place too, man.
I've seen some blueprints, and he's a dreamer in the sport. But one of the things I like about Jeremy Rusko is that he follows through on his dreams, and the man is ambitious, and I can't wait to see what he does with this place.
Yeah, it should be really fun. We're going to see who wins this week. We've had some unlikely winners on.
Yeah.
Let's check out. We had one last year in Parker Welk.
Yes, last year Parker Welk coming through with a big-time performance, but we've had a ton of unlikely champions in the sport. One last week with Andrew Presnell, but let's go back to Greg Barsby, 2018 Worlds. I think he was sub 1020 rated when he won.
No kidding.
This is one of my favorites right here. Nathan Queen in the Queen City, Charlotte, the Disc Golf Pro Tour Championships. What a classic battle with Drew Gibson, all the big putts he was making. Andrew Presnell last week, I mean, just foregoing the Elite Series events. Cam Todd, 2001 World Champion. I believe that was the 2015 GBO. And then here's actually my favorite. It wasn't on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, but Lance Brown at the Wintertime Open, beating Anthon, Eagle, Paul McBeth,
Adam
Hammis at the place where disc golf started. So incredible stuff there. Obviously, we can't look over Colton Montgomery with the shortened 2020
Oh, yeah, that was
win.
a good one, too.
Yeah, so there's been some incredible unlikely champions, but it'd be awesome. We get to see two of them today play as Parker Welk tries to defend his title and Andrew Presnell coming off of his huge win last week.
It's kind of interesting. Everybody's got it in there, Jeremy. It just doesn't come out.
Well, that's the thing that's really cool about disc golf now is that for a long time there was like 5 or 6 people who could win.
Yeah.
And maybe up to 10. But I think we're seeing that now we are in the state of disc golf where you see on the PGA Tour where anybody could win. Obviously you have your top dogs, but the talent is so deep for this entire field that anybody who puts it together over the course of 3 or 4 rounds is going to have a chance. And all of them are proven winners on their local stage, so they know how to win. Doing it on the upper stage obviously comes with its own set of difficulties and challenges, but I really love the fact that the disparity is huge in the sport of disc golf right now, and it's great to watch.
We are flying up one's fairway to your second people. We've got Calvin Heimberg, Linus Carlson, Logan Harpool, and Ganon Burr.
We got 4 players right now on the course, either finished or on course at 7 under. Chris Dickerson leading the way because he has the most holes left. He's having a really nice season. But yeah, hole 1 is just a big bomber runway hole.
It's an interesting hole 1.
1,200 feet. I think it's the longest starting hole on tour.
Might be one of the second or third longest holes on tour altogether.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know of any longer hole one anywhere, but I'm sure, I don't want to say it's the longest one in the world because I know there's probably some course in Sweden or Norway that you got an ambitious course designer, but yeah, look at this.
This is Rusco's plans for Champions Landing. Got some hotels, golf simulator there over on the left.
Don't worry if you're a big fan of the pool here behind the clubhouse. They're still going to have a nice pool.
It's off to the right here.
I think over 100, maybe 100 rooms offered.
Yep.
And that parking deck that you see there is actually going to be 2 stories. So finally we can have some parking on site here. Don't worry about the pickleball courts, folks. Those are going to stay there.
Concert venue down there in the bottom left.
Unbelievable.
Isn't this crazy?
The ambition, I'm telling you, it's next level stuff. We've never really seen anything at this level in the sport of disc golf.
It would be one of a kind, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Disc Open presented by Dynamic Discs. This is your 305 featured card. First off the box from Safety Harbor, Florida, Calvin Heimberg.
Calvin, I believe, was leading going into the final round last year here at this event. Winless this year on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Love to keep himself in the mix and take it down a nice title early in the season.
Flies over the spotter to center fairway.
Had enough rain this week, but the ground is nice and soft.
On the tee
Hyzer
from
shots like that are
Urbandale, Iowa,
generally check up.
Ganon Burr.
That's perfect. Absolutely perfect. High and
On
bomb
the
right in
tee
the middle.
from Burra, Sweden, Linus Carlson.
It's a little left, Jerm.
Yeah, and that's moving all the way out of bounds. Got to start that hyzer over the road
Rounding off the
or throw
card
it
from
flat
Valley
knee
Center,
through the
Kansas,
hyzer over the
Logan
middle.
Harpool.
Who can forget?
Logan Harpool. Was he 3rd place at one point?
That's what I was going to say. Can't forget his incredible 3rd place finish from a few years back. Look at that. Walk and throw, and I think before too long, I think we might be having a little chat with Logan. And that stays in the fairway.
Nicely done off the tee. And down there on the ground is our man Terry Miller. He's with Logan Harpool. Take it away, Terry.
Good afternoon, guys. I'm joined here by Logan. And Logan, the largest audience applause that we heard was for the home state boy. How's that feel?
It feels awesome. It's good to be home, good to be back with all my tour friends, and I'm feeling the love for sure.
Well, speaking of the tour, these guys are out here with their everyday job, but didn't you have to actually take a PTO today?
Yeah, I'm off work. I'm playing hooky, and I have to thank my administration and everybody back home for letting me do this. I'm a high school teacher. I teach high school special ed, so I'm having fun. I came up Monday night, practiced, drove home, taught Tuesday, Wednesday, and then I hung out yesterday and did the things I need to do to try to win out here.
Well, one of the things that we just saw a minute ago is Calvin Heimberg's drive, and I looked at your reaction. Explain to everybody at home what you were thinking when you saw that.
It's another level. If you've never been to a DGPT event, you got to get out here because these guys are just with any sport. The crack of a bat of a big leaguer is different. Everything these guys do is different.
Well, you didn't finish so bad yourself, 3rd a couple years ago. Go get it this year, buddy.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Logan and Terry, for that.
Harpool is cool. Had a chance to talk with him last year at the block party at this event, and he's just talking about having to make a decision between being a full-time disc golfer and being a teacher, and ultimately decided that this is his heart is being here in Kansas and playing disc golf when he can on tour, and he's a great player, so he's able to manage both of those simultaneously.
Throwing 3, Carlson.
And that's the width he was looking for on the tee shot. mildly calm conditions out here, but there's still enough wind present that you have to be present and aware.
And if you want to be present at the Pro Tour, you can buy tickets. Watch it in person. It is different. If you've never seen the pros throw in person, it is amazing. Just something different about how you guys spin those things, Jerem.
Yeah, I mean, you take it for granted as a player, and then when you see a different level play disc golf, and I think you start to see the differences between the mental mindset and obviously the physical abilities and how far the disc flies, but also the choices made with the stability of shots around corners. You know, it's not just throw a flippy disc to make it go right or a stable disc to go left. You're matching angles based on different things, and those decisions I think you pick up on as a fan, and you learn a lot. Not only is it entertaining, but you're actually learning too.
Were you ever a fan, Jerem? Did you ever get that experience?
Oh, absolutely. One of my very first fan experiences was the 2007 USDGC. And then I played in the 2009 World Championships, but I was really just a fanboy. I was pulling for Avery big time. So when he won in that big playoff against Josh Anthon, I remember freaking out. So
oh, that's awesome. Man.
Yeah, I was definitely fanboyed for a while. And then, I still kind of fanboy.
Yeah, sure. It's hard
I
not
love
to,
watching
man.
these guys play for sure. But it's cool being friends with them as well.
Burr throwing 2 after we saw Harpool do the same. I still remember my first time watching Will Schustrick throw a 550-foot hyzer.
Man,
I'm like, you can do that? That's possible?
This generation of fans really missed out.
Yeah.
Because there's something about seeing the way that Will Schustrick used to bring the disc back and pull through the chest, the sound that it would make, the way the disc would fly. I witnessed him throw a shot that I've never seen anyone else do, and that was a double S turn. It flew so fast that the disc didn't know what to do with itself, and it just did a double S turn. That's true story.
Heimberg throwing 2 after a huge drive. Looks left.
Yeah, this is getting that same lift treatment that we saw from Linus's drive, but that's fine. He's just going to have a little bit more of a hillside in his visual for his third. But the out-of-bounds area that was just before the basket on this hole has been removed.
A little pill of OB?
Yeah, that little tee-pad area that is no longer there. So that kind of helps with the approach and a little bit less anxiety as you're throwing like a decent-looking approach. You never want to come up 35 feet short before, but now you can.
A live look down from your Flight Factory drone. Reminder, you head over there to flightfactorydisc.com. Use coupon code DDO24. That is 15% off all your dynamic disc gear over there. If you're a Calvin Heimberg fan, I know they got Calvin stuff down there. We got Harpool throwing 3. Or is that Carlson? Carlson throwing 4.
Yes, is trying to save the par. Probably in the 330 is my guess. Just inside the circle left. Look at that flag right there, Ian. It's not moving.
That's wild. It was a little windier earlier.
It's been gusty. It's picking up here and there, but I mean, you're just never really going to come out to Kansas in the middle of April or the beginning of April, or we're in May.
It just happened.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I missed that one.
It was a recent event. You're forgiven.
It was a recent event. But yeah, the wind is always going to be blowing this time of year.
Harpool, his third into the green. Oh, nice checkup. Those usually roll out to a 50-footer.
I was expecting it to, but yeah, well played there with the speed and good work from the disc to just check up.
Burr.
Never a bad thing to have an uphill putt on the screen for birdie.
Yeah. This is Ganon's third.
It looks like the wind is picking up. It's starting to, you can see it coming off his right shoulder. Keeps that one relatively low, going slightly downhill.
A little too low, I guess, huh?
No, I think that's fine. Yeah, he's only 25 feet past the basket. Goes around the tree, it looked like.
It did, didn't it?
Heimberg lining up. It's going to have more of a left to right crosswind coming at him. Keeps it relatively low. This is pretty flat. And a good hyzer finish at the end for him.
And that is in the bullseye for Heimberg.
Man, that left to right really threw me off there. It looked like it was coming off the right shoulder, but...
Let's check out Colling's Keys, brought to you by our friends at blackingdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Well, the first one used the wind to your advantage, and as you saw there from Calvin, he played the hyzer against the wind to allow it to sit down nicely. You have to adapt to the conditions, and by that I mean that your game plan can be aggressive when it's calm, which it rarely is, and be safe when it is windy. And that brings you to the third one, which is just keep it clean. If you're staying in bounds and you're giving yourself chances out here to score, you're more than likely going to be doing better than the field because there are double bogeys looming. Think about hole 9 and the new out of bounds they've added to that right side of the fairway. You can find yourself taking a double bogey quickly, but those double bogeys add up on this course. So if you're staying pars and birdies, you're going to come out with a good round. It might not always be exciting if you shoot a 6 or 7 under and you didn't give yourself a lot of chances, but you stayed in the mix, you kept in bounds. It's going to really pay off over the course of 3 rounds.
And six or 7 under is still looking good. Only got 2 7s right now.
Yeah, six would be a great round. I guess what I mean to say is if you shoot like a bogey-free 4 under, that might not feel great, but
yeah.
I think 12 under is a decent score for the week.
Carlson for par.
Especially with the expected weather coming in over the weekend. That's a good save.
It is. Going down the hill for Logan. It's a birdie putt coming back up the hill.
And that's the roll you were talking about on the approach shot. It's an awful break there.
Thought that was going to fall over a couple times. Now for par, Harpool.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Casual.
You'd love to see those drop home. Burr putting up the hill for birdie as well.
Just a little bit too hard on that right side.
Heavy chains, but it does drop out.
And if there was a left to right crosswind on the approach, and that meant that Ganon had a little bit of a headwind coming up the hill.
Drop in birdie for Heimberg to start his day in his tournament. Speaking of dropping in for birdie, Ezra Robinson for the solo lead on 18.
He's been playing some great disc golf.
Yeah. He's been the better Robinson this year, Jerm.
Yeah, they're tied in rating. They're both 1040 rated as of the last time I checked.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's like one of those sneakiest ratings ever.
That is,
and
man.
when somebody told me he was 1039, I was like, 1039? And then he went to 1040. So pretty incredible stuff.
And just the one bogey on hole 1 today. That's solid. There's so much trouble to find out here. Here are your Innova hot rounds. That was the women. We'll get your gents here shortly.
Imagine if Ezra had done what AJ Carey did on hole 1 when AJ threw in from 455 feet for the 3.
Amazing. Here are your actual hot rounds. Ezra doing his thing again, Jerm. He's been bubbling up this year.
Yeah, I think he is up there on the top of the list for me in the top 3 or 4 players who have not won an Elite Series.
Yeah.
Who are close to and probably will win one soon.
Heimberg, T of 2. Going to the low line drive.
That is incredible. The ceiling control to still be able to manage that much distance is incredible.
Calvin is that guy. A low line drive, give me Calvin Heimberg all day.
Oh, no question.
Ganon Burr next to T. He kind of took that title from Paul for me. I don't know about you.
Yeah, well, I think Paul's more interested in like angles and trying to match the slope.
Yeah.
Like Calvin's initiative is just blast one into the ground and let's just put a lot of speed and then like let the ground do all the work.
Burr with the other route, going around. Okay.
In a similar place to where Calvin finished.
We've seen so many of those turnover shots fade OB.
Yes. And I think Calvin's shot might be due to the fact that they're going into the headwind right now. But this is also a popular play here with the forehand.
Carlson.
That's just fine. That'll probably leave in the 360 range for the approach.
Looks like you just see the flag of the basket right there.
And he will not see that when he gets to his lie.
Right, yeah.
It's a completely blind approach.
Harpool.
I like how he kept that on hyzer the whole way, didn't give it a chance to turn over and be affected by the headwind.
Everyone in business off a 2's tee on 15's green, Chris Dickerson.
He has just been trucking away this season, Ian.
And that is a share of the lead for Dickerson on the other side of the break. Presnell, we'll catch you there.
I'm unstoppable, yeah, unstoppable.
Yeah, baby, yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Your dynamic disc open champion, Parker Wells.
In a backyard kingdom, not so different from your own. A prince of southern royalty was born of the plastic stone.
Pound's the best of the best. It's the quality, the craftsmanship, the vision for what a bag could be.
I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best made bag.
Ricky, distance driver in hand.
What? What just happened?
What just happened? Wysocki blows up the basket on the 16th. I don't know what that is, but it definitely bombs.
The newest disc to my collection is the Drive. Passion, fierce, these are things that I feel when I play disc golf, and Drive for me is something that I feel so strongly. I was looking for something in between like a Surge SS and a Zeus. I wanted something that could get me like the full S flight without having to try as hard as I would with the Zeus. Finding myself feeling a lot more confident with this disc in my hand in the woods than I've ever been before. This just felt like such a natural step to create my dream driver.
My Zuka car is most helpful because it allows me to carry a massive amount of discs. My backups have backups, and I can fit all of that in my cart.
The putter pouch, that's definitely my favorite feature. Slick, holds everything that I need in there.
The room and the things that I can carry on the course in the Zuka fits me perfectly.
I'm not the tall person right here. I like the handle. It can be up and down. That's my point right there. All I have to do is just thinking about what I'm gonna birdie.
Jonathan!
Wow! Amazing!
Jonathan! Skulle du visa?
Hi. Yeah, check this pad out.
I think you should use your wrist a little bit more.
Why not?
Is he okay?
Yeah, he's fine.
The Dynamic Discs Open is brought to you by Dynamic Discs. Be dynamic. That's what you got to do to win, Germ. Right?
I mean, you got to love the confidence.
You got to know it.
Yeah, a lot of people think that you have to win to believe that you can win, but that doesn't make any sense. Somebody's got to win for the first time to prove to themselves that they can win in the future, and to have the mindset that you've earned it, that you believe that you're the best. That's what it takes.
It's like the chicken and the egg.
The chicken and the egg situation perfectly. Yeah, but you have to believe that you can do it. You have to believe in yourself and all the work that you put into it, and you just love seeing that kind of confidence and the vulnerability to share that with people. Like, I knew I was going to win, and telling the world and then doing it. Good for you.
They should be getting going here pretty shortly. You saw Ricky Wysocki, Albert Tom back there.
Welcome to Victoria, Kansas and Champions Landing for the 2024 Dynamic Disc Open presented by Dynamic Discs. This is your 3:25 tee time. First off, from Scottsdale, Arizona, Ricky Wysocki.
This is one of the favorites in this tournament this week.
It's not a bad pick.
He won his world championship out here in 2016, but he is always in the mix here.
Yeah,
and he's just been playing really well lately. He's got podium in his last 3 finishes, I believe. He's certainly going to, I think, a lock for top 5 is my guess right now.
Okay,
that's my lock.
From Ozark, Missouri, Andrew Presnell.
Different kind of nerves than any other intro I'm sure he's ever had.
Oh, yeah.
Just being the main focus. It's a lot of it's a much different feeling knowing that those eyeballs are on you. It's just fine.
On the tee from Tartu, Estonia, Albert Tom.
One of my favorite players to play with, Ian. Albert is a consummate professional. He is always kind. He's always offering
it's fun to hear.
Fist bumps. His mood is rarely ever affected by the way he plays. You don't know if he played great or poorly after his rounds. I'm not saying that you have to be that way, but I like that he's always the same person. He's always just a really kind individual, and he throws great shots too.
And that helps your golf game, you know? Staying level,
sure.
Rounding out your card, your defending champion.
Haven't got a chance to film Albert yet, so that's fun to hear. He's
he's great. Absolutely great.
And your defending champion, speaking of a different kind of pressure, Parker Welk.
No doubt. It was one of the coolest things watching him come down the stretch, hitting those huge putts on hole 14. Who can forget about his putt he made on 9 and the Spider-Man hop through the gap?
Yeah.
It's just epic stuff there. And look at that. Finds the gap over the, I don't know what the name of that.
Juniper, I think?
Yeah, is that the upright standing juniper? Yeah, I think so. Finds himself on the right side of the fairway. That's just fine.
We're going to jump ahead to 16, and Evan Scott tied for 5th right now. Oh, 16.
Evan, this is heading off the island. Good to see him playing well thus far at 5 under.
Burr for birdie. It's on hole 2, coming back up the hill. That one sticks, Jim.
Yeah, I thought about it for a second, though.
It tried to hop out. Back to 16, Dickerson tied for the lead with Robinson at 8 under.
Gotta imagine he's trying to pick up something from what he just saw there with Evan's shot, and this is looking to have the same fate. This is fading hard left and does not stick the island.
For birdie, Heimberg on hole 2. To start 2 for 2. Austin Turner's having a day, Jerm. See that?
Oh, what's Austin at right now?
He is at 5 through 8.
It's a good start.
Presnell back on 1, throwing 2.
And that's just fine. One of the things that makes Andrew a threat this week, you know, in any given week, is if the wind's down. He's not the longest thrower on the tour, self-admittedly.
Right. Yeah.
But I don't think, even though this course is a lot of big open shots, the landing zones are all reachable by players who throw that 420 to 430 range as long as it's not windy.
Wysocki and his second. We got forehand out of Rick. Nothing wrong with that. Hey, Yuli, off to a good start.
Let's go.
4 through 8.
It's good to see Yuli playing well.
Yeah.
This new drop zone on 16 is just, it's 45 to 50 feet, unrunnable.
Unrunnable. It's the worst angle possible.
It's frightening.
On hole 3, Calvin Heimberg.
Look at this late pulling to the right side. I don't think it's going to, that. Oh, it puts the brakes on, Ian.
Terry, talk to us.
No
that looks
way.
good.
Yeah, Calvin Heimberg, I even stood over the top of that disc, and once they pull back the grass, I'm not sure if that's going to be considered inbounds or not. It's going to be very close.
Look at that last rotation, Ian. That thing was for sure going to Velcro down and just kept spinning.
Back to 1 for Welk in his second.
Oh,
don't get in there.
That is what you would like to avoid.
He found the natural OB out here.
Parker's forehand distance is just incredible. At his frame,
he gets his whole body into that thing.
Throwing 500-foot hyzers is just something you don't see with that size.
Tom throwing 3 over the top.
And Spike hyzer spikes right in the hyzer spot.
Dickerson coming off the bogey on 16, tee of 17. Such a tough hole, Jim.
It's just incredible if you can throw a shape like that and control the nose angle. Getting through that gap, it's a really low ceiling, and if you hit it, unless you're Paul Macbeth at the second to last hole of the World Championships, you're not getting a birdie.
Yeah.
And there's out of bounds left and right side. It's a really demanding hole and tee shot. And seeing that little line there for the general at the bottom just reminds me of the ad we just saw from Ricky Wysocki. That was one of the coolest ads.
And I'm told, this is what Terry told me, they actually blew up a basket.
That's what dedication and production.
I love
Unbelievable.
it, man. I was like, that's some incredible CGI right there.
That's awesome.
It was not. Presnell's got his lady on the caddy this weekend. Andrew throwing 3.
You like that skip?
That was fantastic.
And that's going to be
Circle's edge?
Top of the hill, yeah.
Yeah. A decision to make on that putt. The downslope behind. Welk heading into.
Yeah, having to throw over your right leg with this stance. I mean, the only way I think he could even get close to the basket is if he was staying with his back to the basket, but there's really no point in trying to play for the incredible Superman birdie when you've thrown your shot into the right side there. You just got to take your pill, take the par.
Tom in his third. Brian, how are the conditions that feeling on the ground there, and kind of compare it to what we saw this morning on the FPO side?
Well, good afternoon, boys. I have to say, I'm a little bit creeped out right now, Ian. The wind is really down from the morning, and it was 10 to 15 miles an hour with maybe gusts up to 20, but right now, 5 to 10. Same direction, obviously. A very uncommon wind direction for this course. Very uncommon wind direction for this part of the country, but these guys should be going well under par. Double digits is totally possible today.
Hey, we would love to see that. Thank you, Brian. Tom with a dart, Germ.
Yeah. That was a perfect forehand approach there from Albert. This is leaking left, skipping, and just outside the circle, about 50 feet coming back for Ricky's birdie putt on hole 1.
I think we're going to jump ahead to hole 3. And Calvin Heimberg. Terry, talk to us about the call here on the Heimberg disc.
Yeah, there really wasn't much of a discussion. Everyone saw that he was leaning over some of the grass. He double-checked, and everyone else said it looked good to them, and off they went. So really not much of a discussion. I think it was closer than even most people thought, though.
All right.
Either way, he was safe.
He'll take it, and hopefully he can snag a birdie as a result.
3 under through 3, Ian. Is that decent?
That's good.
That tee shot for a backhand player is incredible to get pin high. That he deserved to be in bounds, and put it that way.
Welk and his 4th.
And he's going to have to earn it with a 45, 50-footer.
Yeah.
Definitely not the way he was intending to play that. He knew out of his hand that was soft.
Presnell's in the pill, isn't he, Germ? It's a good thing it's in bounds this year.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It doesn't penalize those shots, and not exactly sure why they decided to make that change, but
I like it. It takes a little luck out of the equation, maybe.
I agree.
Heimberg.
We've seen Calvin hit the basket on this tee pad.
That's right.
Before. This one is looking to be long. And that's a lengthy birdie putt coming back. I believe in years past that was close to being out of bounds.
Yeah, with you. Back to 1 for Welk and his look at par. Big drop off on the far side of this basket.
Oh no,
that's boy.
My biggest concern there for him was the nerves and then wanting to run to save the par. You have to draw a medal going down that hill, and he might not be out, but that next putt outside the circle will be for bogey. It's really hard to bogey hole 1 without an out-of-bounds stroke.
He kind of found some natural OB, didn't he?
And he could be in danger of taking a double.
Yeah. Wysocki for birdie from shallow circle 2.
Catching the top of the basket, skipping another 15 to 20 long.
And Presnell looking at 4.
This is his first putt as a major champion, Andrew Presnell. Yeah, send it in there like a major champion.
It looks so much better.
Yeah. Way different than 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
No, it's one of Andrew's biggest strengths. He
is
really gets it done in the circle.
He's got a great putt for if it does get windy too. You know,
keeps
nice
it low. Yeah, it doesn't really
flat.
Exactly. Keeping it flat is key.
And well, coming back up the hill for bogey this time.
And that is really tough double bogey to take with no OB on the first hole. Parker's going to have to regroup.
Yep. Rick, par cleanup.
Boy.
What?
What? It didn't take long. That's really unfortunate. And that's why you want to play 1, 2, 3 shots just like Albert did. And you're going to see a bogey, a double, and 2 birdies.
I was looking at scores, Jeremy. Was that a bad putt, or did it just...
No, it hit center.
Okay.
It hit center. It hit a little hard. But, I mean, Ricky's putt is the only... He's the only person that putts in the way where when it goes in...
Oh, that was way high, too.
Yeah, it was way high. And it just got to the pole too quick.
Yeah. It's he and Ganon Burr, huh? You know?
Yeah. And they come in with different angle, but they both come in with a very similar pace. But, yeah, you can see that right there. That's too high. You still like to see a putt at center.
You'd like to find that.
You'd like to see that collect. I mean, I would argue that that's center. That's in the chains. That's in the bulk of it.
Yeah.
That should stay in. But we know that it doesn't always, so you have to adjust your putt accordingly.
It's the internal versus external locus of control. Have you heard that before?
No, but I'm going to read tonight.
All right. It's powerful stuff. Dickerson throwing 2 on 17.
Yeah, just a great drive. Put himself in a great position. He's probably going to have to play the flex play, low and right. And doesn't really flex it, just keeps it flat out the hand. And he's playing great disc golf, Ian.
He is.
He's going to have a shot to get back to 8 under. This isn't that long. About 40 feet for Calvin coming back. If he makes this putt, Ian, he's just off to the races.
I thought he had it.
It looked good.
Did. Just short right for Calvin. It's still a 3 for 4 start. I don't know that we've seen better. Presnell back on 2. Roller?
Oh, yeah, he goes roller.
That was a shot right there, Jerm.
Like the play for roller in hole 2.
Yeah.
Wind provided. If it's calm enough, it's a nice safe play to just really take OB left out of the equation and still get good enough distance.
Tom? Almost casual looking 350-foot forehand.
Yeah, it's probably more than that. I mean, the way that he steps into the forehand with his really soft, slow run up makes you think that he's just throwing a pitch shot. And that thing is ripping. It doesn't look like it, but it is ripping.
The fact that it impresses even you.
Well, Ricky looks like he's actually putting something behind it. Like Ricky, when he steps into his forehands, you know it's going far because he shows you it's going far.
Yeah. Kind of reminds me of Garrett Gerthy on the backhand side, kind of like Tom on the forehand side.
Yes, sure.
You know, just.
I think of Eagle's backhand. Eagle just looks like he fell asleep in his run up.
Parker Welk will look to bounce back off the double start.
And we're going to see a lot of the forehands from Parker today, I believe. That's one of his biggest weapons, especially in this course. The reason why he won this tournament last year. Forehand eagle on hole 14. That tells you enough right there. That's a near 1,000-foot hole.
To re-tie the lead, Dickerson on 17.
Actually scooted a little bit long right. Edge of the circle. Oh, outside the circle.
Oh, my goodness.
And it just caught the wrong side of the wobble. Yeah. This is the thing.
Oh, no. He was starting to walk her in, too.
Oh, that's tough. Just needed I'd say an inch left. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the textbook Chris Dickerson sigh of relief or disbelief.
Heimberg, T of 5 now.
Great sense of humor, Chris Dickerson.
Definitely.
Dry, but
very dry.
But really great sense of humor. This is just annihilated.
It is smushed.
So you basically have 2 ways of playing 5. You can either play it short enough that you have a good wide hyzer line, or you try to drive it into those trees. And if you try to do that, you're bringing the out of bounds left and right into play. But Calvin usually doesn't care about OB. He just throws it just perfectly and gets well inside the tree line, which is just set up for a really easy second shot now.
Tom throwing 2 on 2.
Trying to get that Linus Carlson treatment. nearly matches as well as Linus played the hole.
Inside the circle for a birdie start. Jumping ahead to 18. Dickerson on the tee.
Well, we got a brand new pin position on the 18th hole. It has now become a par 5, and really just keeping it in bounds is the main thing here, because the second shot over the hill is going to give you a chance for the birdie as long as you don't do anything silly. So I like Chris's chances of getting to 18 to tie Ezra.
Presnell's second on 2.
That's 2 under through 2.
That's fantastic.
Perfectly. The line was great. The hyzer was great. And he doesn't even know it yet.
We're going to roll back a Zuka replay of this beautiful approach.
He knows it's good, but he doesn't know how good it is. I don't bag any tie-dye discs, but I love watching other people throw them.
I don't like trying to find them.
That's the problem.
Yeah. Wysocki and his second on 2. Looks wide.
Yeah, very wide. It's going to get a little roll back in. Okay.
Oh. Hey. Great.
Good. Yeah, good ground play there. Parker would love to put this one close after the putting mishaps on hole 1.
I lost a tie-dye disc in Pittsburgh a couple years back. You know who got it back to me? Sarah Hokum.
Sarah Hokum.
Yeah.
In the booth earlier today.
She was.
Was that her first time?
I think it's her second.
Okay, cool.
Could be wrong though. Yeah.
She's got a lot of good things to say about
She does.
disc golf.
Yeah.
Very well-educated veteran of our sport, world champion.
Love having her in the booth.
Should have been a 2-time world champion with the mishap of the 2015 car accident situation.
I say that one a lot.
Oh, it's just so brutal.
I can't think of another situation like that, you know?
Yeah.
Where external forces...
It wasn't even her fault. It was the other person's fault, and she still got to her tee time like 5 minutes late. She took the par +4.
Yeah.
The other girls were trying to hold up the tee, and then they just said, sorry, this is bigger than one player, even for the leader.
Yeah.
But everyone agrees that she would have won that world championship.
She lost by 1, right?
It was so unfortunate.
Yeah.
Shout out to Calvin Longquist with the only eagle on hole 18 thus far.
I was wondering if that was the only one.
It's so far, yeah, it is. Not many players have finished. Not a ton of players have finished the course yet.
Oh.
We have another one?
Ryan Mulder.
Ryan Mulder, okay. Ryan Mulder throws the disc so far. Not surprised to hear that he got an eagle on 18. That's the interesting thing, I think, about 18 is it brings eagle into play.
Tom for birdie. And that's... Tom never drops strokes. It's on the green, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Because, man, can he throw.
He really can.
Well, coming back up the hill. A birdie look.
This would go a long way to help calm the nerves.
We just got attacked right there.
We did. And that wasn't bugging Parker as he cleans up the nice birdie.
Wysocki for birdie as well.
And that one came in a little softer, and a little adjustment.
It definitely had a different pace on it.
These are different chains from the ones that we have played on in the past on the veteran target.
Oh, okay. And Presnell drops in birdie.
What a great start.
Take a quick look at first 2 holes for Prez.
Sent it in there in his patented fluttery way. But there's no flutter in the flight here as he bases this one inside bullseye, nearly hitting the koozie.
The wobble reminds me of Steve Rico.
Steve Rico and Owen Scoggins.
Yeah, right?
Only 3 players that I can think of offhand that have really perfected the wobble putt. And I can't even go to a basket and try and get the wobble. I try to do it, and I do not know how to make that work. But they've done a great job with their career.
Burr on 5, throwing 2.
And if you think Steve Rico's putt,
and now Heimberg.
and this is what you get with a big drive like this. It's just
What a
is
luxury.
all day long right there.
We see so many second shots get OB there from that short position.
Yeah.
Second shot for
Yes.
Dickerson on 18.
He's just got to keep it in the fairway here. And you see it, there's not much that you really need to do there. Once you beat the trees, from there it is probably 270 into the pin.
Can he attack at all from Eagle from that position, or does he need to push the drive
He
more?
needs to keep his drive closer to the right side OB line. He played the safe left. If we're coming down the stretch and somebody needs to get the eagle, they're going to need to either go really far or play to a really short placement off the tee, because there's like a 420-foot nothing in the way landing zone if you just get about 330 feet off the tee.
Presnell on 3.
Man, this is looking great.
The drift on
This
that
is
was
looking fantastic.
He's still locked in, Germ.
He is locked in. And this is like the range of what he feels comfortable with his distance. And he just threw it hard and still shaped it perfectly, landed it inside the circle. He's got to look for 3 under.
Wysocki goes to the forehand.
I think this hole can be used as a litmus test for how powerful one's forehand is. If you can reach the green here, all hyzer, you're in the elite category. Being a long-time forehand player myself, I try to go for the flex play, and I hardly ever get there. So to see people get there all hyzer, I'm like, there's jealousy vibes just radiating all over my body.
I was amazed that hyzer from Rick had 467 in it. You know?
All of it.
Gosh.
Parker does the same.
Same
Beautiful.
thing. And we got another guy who can do it again, Jeremy. We got 3 forehands on this card that are unbelievable. And Heimberg, 4 for 5 start.
Just single strapping it like the cool kid in middle school.
Back to 3, Tom.
Oops, I barely threw it. I'm long, probably.
I think you're right.
Yep, long. OB long.
It flipped up on him, didn't it?
It's just incredible how he gets that much spin behind it. To his detriment on this hole.
Yeah. Zachary Nash trying to reach the island on 18.
Okay, he's going to go forehand, and that's I know exactly where that's at. He's sitting there probably at 415 feet away. Or, yeah, 415 feet about.
Whoa. This is looking pretty good. Does it have the distance?
Green flag given. That is a ton of distance.
That was nasty.
Nice.
Heimberg, TF6.
I'd be surprised to... Okay. So I'm surprised. Because this is Calvin's tee shot all day long, and he hangs this one out there so wide right. It is safe. He'll have a look for the birdie, but it'll be deep sea too.
Yeah. On 18, Dickerson in his 3rd. And up and down, and he has a share of the lead in the clubhouse.
And it's going to ricochet off the back wall, and that's safe. Elevated putt from probably 23 feet coming back for the birdie.
Yeah, I like his chances. And Austin Turner also at 7, and he's only 311, Jerm.
Whoa, that's even better than Chris got to 7 under through 12 holes.
That's correct, yeah.
Austin Turner out there playing some great disc golf. Having a good season.
Yes.
Coming back from his tough arm injury that he sustained last year in Peoria.
Oh my gosh, he broke his arm, right?
That's right.
Production telling us Barella also 5 down through 7. People are starting to score right now.
Well, they should. I mean, this is, you know what's going on. When it's calm like this, if you don't come out here birding a lot of holes quickly, everyone else will, or at least that you're thinking that. And it's generally true. You have to come out here, and this becomes more of a sprint than an endurance race.
Albert with the Estonian flag in the background nails the par putt.
That was cool.
Fantastic. Presnell, a birdie putt. Start 3 for 3.
Show us what you're made of, Andrew. What?
Goodness.
This is always a bonus birdie, I feel like. Hole 3 is, I mean, we're going to see, well, we saw Andrew with the birdie, Ricky's close with the birdie, Parker's in the circle with the birdie, and Albert hit those par putt from out of bounds. They're making it look easy, but it is not an easy hole. It's certainly one that you feel good about when you get the birdie on.
Presnell taking the tougher road, too, with that backhand line.
That is such... It just really, you have to get everything right going the backhand low route.
For birdie, Welk. To get back to level on the day.
Oh, no.
We've seen some funny putts through 3 holes,
No
man.
kidding. And I mean, that you just can't hit the cage first. You know that as a player.
Yep.
But still, you know, the amount of times that stays in versus pops out, it's really just a coin toss.
There's Rick in for his birdie.
You'd have loved to see that fall for Parker there after the tough start. He'll remain at 1 over. Got to dig deep right now.
Nash for eagle on 18.
Off the top. Still got some work to do to save the birdie. I predict that we'll see upwards of 6 eagles a day in the calm on hole 18.
Carlson putting for birdie on hole 6.
Send it home.
Gorgeous line. It's like Calvin was long right out there.
Yep.
Yeah. We'll show you that putt once it happens.
I think Brian Earhart nailed it on the head. Double digits is certainly in play today.
Oh, yeah.
The wind is present, like you said, somewhere between the 5 to 13 mile an hour range, but as long as it stays under 15 to 20, the course is very attackable, and I do expect to see at least a couple double-digit scores today.
On the tee of 4, Andrew Presnell.
Especially when you got Andrew out here starting perfect 3 for 3.
You can't stop him. You can only hope to contain him.
Is that NBA Street?
I think it is.
Yeah, dude. I used to play that. Ian. Ian.
Come on. I wasn't joking, man.
Man.
He's on a heater.
This guy's a force of nature right now. Do not wake up.
Nah.
This tee pad, you have to be a little bit careful. This front left corner looked like Ricky was very cognizant of that because it is pretty slick out there.
Oh! No! Come on. Why can't it stick?
No way!
No, Ricky. Nothing wants to stick for Rick
What
right
is
now.
happening?
I mean, he should have driven it slower.
Oh my gosh. Doing live is so cool.
Isn't it, man? You don't have to fake it, Germ.
Awesome.
You don't have to pretend anymore, buddy.
What? No, it's so good. It's low.
It hit the pole, dude.
I'm sorry if I'm yelling here, folks, but that is just too good.
Oh,
come on.
We're Prezi too. Welks in the hands in the air, the back.
I don't want to say that was perfect because that thing was screaming and easily going to go 40, 50 long. But the basket just was in the right place to park it.
It's just a little short, huh?
Unbelievable.
Oh.
What a shot.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness.
Back to regular disc golf. Parker Welk.
How do you follow that up?
Right?
Well, this is a little bit earlier on the hyzer for Parker. This should just hit the ground and stick. Yes.
Ooh.
Oh, my goodness.
What do you got to do, Rick?
I know. When he sees the replay and sees how low that was, it's going to just kill him.
Albert.
All right, this has got to get over the wall. Skip. Yes. Oh, look at that.
Oh, right.
Fantastic. 4 players inside 15 feet.
One more look at this Wysocki shot. And Brian, what was it like watching this on the ground?
Oh, my goodness. I can't believe that did not stick. My heart almost jumped out of my chest. I think everybody's collective blood pressure just rose so high. And, man, there's just so much to talk about this round. Please throw it out here to me more, boys. I have so much to say. This is awesome.
What else you got for us, man?
Oh, well, let me start out by saying I love that on hole 4, we have 3 of the most powerful, like, hyzer sidearm players going giant sidearm hyzer, and then Prez staying in his own lane, throws the most confident, super force over flex, 3 feet off the ground. He's putting for birdie as well, just staying in his own lane like he always does. This guy is carrying the same posture and the same swagger he carried up through hole 18 at Champions Cup.
You'll love to see it. You ever keep the mojo rolling like that?
I mean, well,
we got him.
Yeah, it's hard to do. It's hard to sustain that. Usually when things are going well, you've got some sort of motif going in your head that you repeat, or a mantra or something that you're relying on. And that works for a period of time, but that eventually can fade. And you've got to really just rely on confidence in the work that you've put into it. And, yeah, I mean, it's nice to find yourself on cloud 9 and roll with the momentum. But you know that these things can be up and downs, and you just got to roll with it. And like Brian said, stay in your own lane and just continue to stick to your game plan.
Welk gets back to level after the double bogey start. His tournament starts now.
Yeah, he's even par, just like he was right before he teed off.
Tom for another birdie. 2 down through 4.
What I liked about Andrew's putt is that it was aggressive. It had the pace of somebody who wasn't scared of the basket, even though he's seen some unsavory things, I would say, through the first 4 holes. And it's okay. You know, missing high, I think, allows you to maintain confidence. And when you miss low a lot, then that's when I think you start questioning yourself. So I don't necessarily mind that miss, although I'm sure he would say otherwise. But I think in general, I think things are fine for Andrew.
Rick gets some love from Bill there. One more look. Why not?
Maybe this time, stay. Oh, gosh. Wow.
There isn't a chain in that basket that's not moving.
No kidding. And finally, we get to see what Heimberg does with his birdie putt up on 6.
Yeah. That's a good friendly flag. That was sent. For a share of the lead, Dickerson on 18.
And no surprise here, Chris Dickerson finishing his round with a birdie on 18. Percentage-wise, the most birdied hole on the course. It's a tie for the lead at 8.
But we noticed middle of the pack scoring-wise, right?
Yeah,
it's interesting.
It is bringing some big numbers into play. That's for sure.
The Wysocki tee shot on 5 is just fine. We do have a 3-way tie at the top now. Got Turner, Robinson, and Dickerson all at 8.
Well, as now that everyone's teed off, hole 1 is actually the. I'm sorry.
Welk.
Hole 15 is the highest percentage birdie on the course.
Really? Oh, okay.
Yes. Going forehand play to stay off to the right side. I like that. That opens up the hyzer play. Should be a nice angle into the pin.
These drives showing you how awesome Calvin's drive was.
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, you have to make a very conscious decision early. Am I going for a big tee shot, or if I'm going to try to chip one around the corner? And that's exactly what Parker's done.
Tom.
Yeah, that's nice. At its most turned over state, it was on the edge of the sidewalk, never had a chance of turning over and going out of bounds. Not only is he right side with a good angle, he's also really far down the fairway.
Presnell.
You know, what I was impressed with last week with Andrew was his ability to bounce back after the putt that he threw out of bounds on the 5th hole.
Yeah.
And that was his main putter. And he was able to bounce back and make some really nice putts, including the one that he hit on 16, which really ended it.
Someone ran to the car for him, right?
His brother.
His brother, right? Yeah. Went and grabbed his backup putter. Jumping ahead to 7 in Calvin Heimberg. 4 down through 6.
Wow. 7 is really interesting this year because they have actually added an out-of-bounds fake lake, and that just rips past it.
Those are the circle 2 markers for the FPO pin. 3rd shot for Barella on 8. 5 down through 7 holes.
And that's really pushing the right side out-of-bounds line, but with a good angle to the pin, a good chance to get to 6 under. And you just got to love Anthony Varela, excuse me. I'm talking about Presnell. You got to love Anthony Varela's chances this week on this course. 3 rounds at this open track. I mean, the way he's playing this year, he is definitely going to be in the mix.
Ganon Burr, his 2nd on 7. He laid up short of that OB trench. Shouldn't be a problem.
A bit of a slow start for Ganon. He will collect the birdie here, but 2 under through 7 is falling behind the pace set by the field. And that's kind of a trend that I feel like we've seen from him. Kind of a slow first round and then like 3rd place.
That's true.
Comes back with a storm. He figures out the course throughout the week, and then he ends up shooting some incredibly hot round over the weekend. If he can get things going here early, in the back 9 at least, watch out.
Welk in his 2nd on hole 5.
Oh, this is so tight left. This has got to either hit trees or get down early. Oh, and unfortunately it hits trees and goes out of bounds. And I was either going to go out of bounds right with the trees or I was going to go out of bounds left, I fear. And there's a small room for error if he'd hit the trees and fallen safe, but.
For 5 straight birdies and 6 of 8 start for AB.
Watch out.
Trying to see his way to a win. Wysocki in his 2nd. Whoa. Big miss, Germ.
Oh, no.
Big miss, man. That was terrible.
Very uncharacteristic, but Ricky found himself in that no man's land. I mean, you do not want to be middle.
Yeah. Brian, a really uncharacteristic shot from Rick. Do you see anything? Is it wind? Is it? It just looked off.
Yeah, honestly, I have no idea. That was uncharacteristic misfire. We might not see another one of those throughout the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, fair to say. Presnell in his 2nd.
You can see how much more difficult that angle is from back here in the middle. You got to pick a side or you got to get distance.
Yeah.
And if you put yourself in the middle, you're kind of in no man's land.
2nd shot for Heimberg on 7. You saw the drive.
What a booming tee shot, man.
Ridiculous.
It's about 430 feet to clear the fake lake off the tee under a low ceiling.
And then you just blasted it like 5 almost.
Yeah, about, yeah.
Wow. Tee of 9, Barella.
Scariest hole in the course.
Is it turning, Jerem? It's turning enough.
It's hard to say. I don't think so, but it could. Yeah, finds a B. But it is no longer an automatic go to the drop zone. You go where you crossed. That being said, that's still so early left that it's only a little bit better than going to the drop zone.
Tom on 5 in his 2nd. Fantastic drive.
Yeah, this is what you want right here.
Did he flex it too much?
Asking for it to work for him, and it does good enough.
Yeah. He will have that for a 3 for 5 start. Heimberg tapped in for birdie on 7, now on the tee of 8. Going to the overstable fairway.
Oh, well, I think this is just so good if it doesn't skip OB. Wow. Skipping off right side OB, nearly finding left side OB. That's how narrow this fairway is up at that pinch point, that landing zone. Beautiful shot for Calvin, though. So much distance.
And Rick pitching up the hill with his 4th to take bogey. It's amazing how wide that fairway looks, but it plays just so tiny.
I guess I missed Ricky's tee shot. Normally he tries to go for the Albert Tom Calvin look, going really far down the fairway. I just didn't see what happened off the tee, and to see him throwing his second shot from where he was, that's just as surprising to me as the errant shot out of bounds.
That's Presnell's 3rd for a drop-in par. And Welk, his 2nd league OB. This is for par.
We're continuing the 40th anniversary celebration of both the AVR and the XD. We're bringing back the hands stamp for the AVR in a KC Galactic plastic.
If there is any disc that is iconic to disc golf, it's the AVR.
And in the XD, the original AVR XD artwork coming back. And this is available in a metal flake black star.
Tom on the tee of 6. Birdie's on 4 and 5, looking for a turkey. Looks aggressive. Challenging that OB left, maybe? Oh, no, it's great.
Yeah, just inside the circle on the 4th easiest hole in the course.
There's Albert Tom, and there's Tom the cameraman right in front of him. Thanks for all the great shots today, Tom.
Drummers call that a tom-tom.
Oh, nice. Andrew Presnell next. That's safe.
It's not good.
Not good.
Not good. This is like one of the must-get birdie holes for Andrew with it.
Oh, true.
Yeah, he's got to take more advantage of those opportunities.
Wysocki going up the hill.
And this should get a nice little mild skip, or a big skip rather. That's a good way to bounce back after the unforced error that he had on the prior hole.
Yeah. Burr. His second shot on hole 8, getting over the mound.
Yeah, nice tee shot to keep it in the fairway. You really don't need a ton of distance on that third shot, or second shot. You just want to keep it in the middle by those trees. You're in great shape. Should be a pretty easy pitch up and down.
Calvin Heimberg. I know he's thrown putter on this shot before. I kind of think he might be disking down here, Germ. Yeah, it looks like it.
Disking down from a putter?
From a high speed driver, thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. Past the trees, he'll love it.
I love that idea, though, because it's not going to move a ton left and right.
Totally,
yeah.
He got a lot of the distance out of the way on the tee shot.
Welk back on 6, flexing it up the hill.
And this needs the race back to the left. Okay.
Huh. 3 in the circle and Presnell.
Yeah, those are all good.
Edge of fairway in circle 2. AB.
Oh my gosh, just sending it from 100+ feet. That would have been the most unlikely par save. Hopefully he didn't go too far deep, because there are some woods back there that you can find yourself in some awkward obstructed lies.
Yeah.
Heimberg with a simple approach. That's going to be left to the pin. Inside the circle, though. Still looking for birdie with a headwind putt.
Yeah, not too bad there. I'm sure he would have liked for a little better.
After Andrew's wayward drive, we'll call it.
Yeah.
This is from back edge of C2. Low ceiling. He does have the nose up putt to give this potentially a chance, but he elects to lay up.
Yeah, that ceiling and the OB behind. That's smart golf.
He is one of the few players that I think with his natural putting style can give it that nose up direct line to actually lift underneath the limbs and still have a chance to go in. But there is out of balance behind the basket, probably only 28 feet long, and no need to really play with that from back there.
Tom for a turkey on hole 6.
There we go. Love to see it. He's got the one missed putt on hole 2 and the out of bounds stroke on hole 3. Other than that, he's played perfect.
Very clean golf, yeah. Welk also looking at birdie. Coming off the bogey on 5 just to get back to even.
Ooh, that stays in. We've seen a couple putts high that haven't stayed in. That's the thing that is inconsistent about it. You'd like to see them all do the same thing.
Yeah. Wysocki.
Which is stay in the basket, of course.
That is the best outcome.
Rick has had such an interesting first 6 holes, has he not?
It's been kind of all over the place. He has no pars.
Oh, that's the most Ricky Wysocki thing ever. That's the most normal thing I've seen, is the fact that Ricky has done something very unnormal.
Yeah. He's got 2 birdies and 2 bogeys and 4 birdies, excuse me. The Burr third on 8 is fantastic. Zach Melton putting for bogey on hole 9.
Hardest hole in the course, Ian. Easy to find yourself in a tough spot. Yeah.
Let's get it on course reporting and putting, Zach Melton. And Barella for bogey.
Didn't go that far past the basket. Open look. Just a minor setback for Barella.
Wow.
If there's any hole that you can excuse yourself for a bogey, it is certainly hole 9.
Heimberg on 8. Left a little work on this birdie putt, but that's the result you expect for Calvin.
Watch out, man.
Yeah.
5 under through 8, and you missed hole 6.
Yeah. Burr also in for birdie. Again at 3 down. That was Harpool. That was a Harpool birdie as well. On hole 8, his first of the day. Love to see him grab that.
Okay, so Albert electing to play the layup shot here on 7. With the new out of bounds, you can't just throw a shot down the middle and get to the bottom of the hill and take it. You're out of bounds, so you have to make a very conscious decision early on, and Albert has given himself a play for birdie by not going for the big tee shot.
He went for the layup and then the drive.
Exactly.
Huh. Wysocki. No layup here coming from Rick.
No.
This is crushed.
Yeah.
Crushed.
Yep, that's far. That is a one way to nearly guarantee yourself a birdie on hole 7.
9, Hyberg.
With the addition of the out of bounds on the right side, this was already easily the hardest hole in the course, but it is just so demanding. Tee to green. That's so good. Now, the closer you get to the sidewalk, the better angle and the better chance you have for the birdie. But who needs birdies on hole 9? It's like you don't really need it.
Presnell, tee of 7. This should be laying up short of that OB trench. And he's done that nicely.
At this point, there have only been 8 birdies on the day on hole 9.
Really?
That's more than I thought there would be.
Yeah, I'm also surprised by that number. Paul Macbeth, tee of 16. It was a 5 down last time I checked. This is left?
Hard to see what the camera is.
Yeah. It is.
It's one of the few times I've seen Macbeth not land this island. He has always been amazing. Going back to the A-tier days back in 2012, 2013 when we'd come out here, Macbeth just sticks the island. Just this time a little bit left and short.
Tom throwing 2 on 7.
When he has 6 wins in Elite Series and Majors in the state of Kansas. Oh, what a shot from Albert. We should just be no surprise. Anytime Macbeth is in the mix here in Emporia at the Country Club or the Community Club now that they've changed the name.
That's right.
It shouldn't be a surprise to anyone.
You have to put $1 in the jar now.
Dang it. A great shot from Albert. That's great gameplay, and look at that. His near perfected round in gameplay and strategy is continuing here on 7.
Andrew throwing 2.
We just had a catch cam footage of the catch cam. I like that. That was an interesting perspective there. That was from the clubhouse looking down.
Oh, wow.
At one of the camera operators for Jonas and the Disc Golf Network, Josh Eisengruber.
That's a good last name. And that's a good approach from Presnell.
Well done.
He's looking so dialed.
Yep. Just the missed putt on
4.
4.
Yeah.
And
Aaron Gossage also on 16.
Oh, they
Paul
put
Macbeth.
Gossage and Macbeth on the same card. That's some stuff right there.
Does it have it? No. Maybe?
It's so hard to say.
No.
Yeah, it's not hard to say anymore.
Ganon Burr, tee of 9.
So rare to see them stick on that front side hillside.
Yeah.
If you don't see the disc from the camera operator's perspective, it's more than likely out of bounds.
Do you remember the Drew Gibson shenanigans a couple years back?
No.
Before they had the painted line? He was like on a rock but out in the water.
That's never been in bounds ever. Any iteration of the rules. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. If this hyzers, it's fine. It does.
Oh, wow.
It does. You can see the flags there on that left side, which Ganon was flirting with. And that's close to being out of bounds with a terrible angle.
0 chance for birdie from there?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, near 0.
Wysocki for eagle.
And you can actually say that. You don't have to say second shot. You can actually say eagle because he's that close to the basket.
He was trying.
I think so.
Yeah, uphill, right?
I don't know. I asked him last week in our practice round if he ever tries running for eagles,
Yeah.
and he says no. So I don't know.
And your leader, Austin Turner, snagged another birdie on 14. The lefty is smashing this course, Germ.
Awesome, man. He's a great two-way player, too. Great forehand, great backhand. Been doing a ton of work getting back into actual disc golf tour form over the offseason and putting out a ton of content. If you don't follow him, he's putting out an ace video once a week at least.
What?
Yeah, Austin Turner's been out there working hard.
Dang.
Yeah.
Hole 9 with Ganon Burr. Yeah, as Germ said, this is just a layup.
Almost hard to par it.
It's not easy, is it?
Well, I mean, you throw up to the top of the hill, and the out-of-bounds line really pinches in around the corner from the player's perspective. And so you have to be very disciplined.
Heimberg thinking birdie, though, with his second.
Crash it into the hill.
Here's the Parker Welk tree. Okay, that's a putt.
Now he's got to do a jump putt. He's got to jump off the ground and get his feet behind the disc while it's sitting in the air. No, of course, that's made up. That's a great result for Calvin. He's going to have another look for birdie.
There is Rick. Almost threw in the eagle. Has this left for birdie instead.
And there's that wind.
Little uphill, or little headwind. Ooh.
It's nervy. Anytime you're putting into the breeze on an elevated basket, it is tough, especially when you've had not one, but 2 times that your disc has gone in the basket and it's fallen out on this front 9 alone. It definitely is going to test your confidence.
Albert Tom for an incredible start.
And this is the part of the course you really want to get these under par strokes, and he's done a great job.
Fresno, another one. 4 down through 7. Taking a look at the scores, and as they walk over to 8, we're going to sneak in a break on the network. We'll be back in just a few.
EDGE is a nationally recognized 501c3 charitable organization.
What we do is we empower the teachers with complete programming along with the equipment and a standardized curriculum. So you have a one-stop shop for teachers and youth educators. That's really what EDGE is. It makes everything simple for the teacher to get involved with disc golf.
If we want disc golf to be recognized, we need to introduce disc golf to the youth. And if nothing else, they've got a healthy game that they can enjoy with their families throughout the rest of their lives.
Yeah, sure.
Jump it ahead to 15, and your leader, Austin Turner, for par. Keeping it clean, Germ. 0 bogeys, man. Ganon Burr on hole 9, throwing his 3rd shot.
Very well done. Very well done there. And look how close that is. That really the OB line?
Yeah,
that
there's water
close?
right there. You see it? There's a pond right there.
Oh my goodness, that makes it even harder than I even realized.
T of 8, Tom.
Again, you do not need a ton of distance on this tee shot. If you get a big second shot, really the most important shot on this hole is the second shot.
Yeah.
And I like the game plan, just like he did on 7, to back off the tee.
Jumping ahead to 9, the birdie look for Heimberg.
Oh, almost joined the very limited number of players with birdies here on 9.
Back to 8's tee, Wysocki. You got any tips for this tee shot, Jeremy? It just looks so tough, man.
Yeah, like one of the keys in the opening was play against the wind. Use the wind to your advantage. So whatever direction the wind's coming, play the hyzer against that wind.
Yeah.
And I like the forehand play on this hole in a lot of situations because you're hyzering into the uphill slope. And Ricky was very close to overturning that one, but if you are going to the backhand, you really have to pick a spot in the background and really commit to that line, and you have to get the height right.
Did Andrew?
This is going to be close to being out of bounds left or right side, but he gets the skip. A lot of times you see it hit right side of that cart path, even right next to the cart path, and the disc just sticks there. But I guess perhaps with the rain or getting the right angle, he gets the skip and he's safe. Good tee shot.
Hole 10, Heimberg. Looks like the shape.
It's the shape. Just got to find yourself in a place where you can get a second throw unobstructed, and you should be able to make something work from there.
Burr.
This has been the second easiest hole on the course.
Really?
Next to hole 15, the hole we just saw Austin Turner take the par.
Back to 8 for Tom in his second. Looks great.
It should be close to those trees down there in the middle of the fairway. Oh, that's actually well short. That being said, he still has another forehand in. Should be fine.
He's throwing his plan on 8, man. It's a great plan, too, when you're Albert Tom.
Yeah, I think, yes.
16 with your leader, Austin Turner.
And we haven't seen any of our check-ins even land in bounds yet at 16.
We're hardly any on the FPO side this morning as well. It's played really tough.
And this has got to be moving.
Reed Friskura.
And just didn't have a chance. Oh, my goodness. It almost hit like a rock or something right there and get the extra skip. But another one falls victim to 16. One thing you do like about being a lefty, though, is that the putt from the drop zone actually gives him potential opportunity to run the putt without worrying about going out of bounds, whereas any righty is going to find out of bounds if you miss a shot in any way.
Wysocki inbounds after his second. O'Brien, how is that position for Ricky? He's inbounds, but is he too close to that tree?
No, I think he's far enough up there. I think he's going to be able to manufacture something.
Oh, you'll love to hear that. And Presnell loving his second shot. We are looking at Burr with his second on 10. Terry, why don't you take this one?
Yeah, Burr is pinched off on this right-hand side, and he's definitely debating how much space and how much he can bite off of here, lining up all sorts of options, and it looks like he's getting more comfortable with a forehand. This might bring the left side OB into play. However, the wind is pushing left to right, so if he hangs it out near the tent off on the left side, he might be able to get it to swing right back to the basket, but he's going to have to flirt with the OB to do so. He's got a swing to it, and Ganon puts it right up there, just outside of bullseye. Beautiful shot.
Wow, thank you, Terry. Burr loving that result after the drive.
That was incredible.
Welk, second shot on 8.
Man,
he's for the eagle?
He did last year.
Yeah,
I mean, he was
right.
really gunning for it. Oh, man. He has the distance to do it, though, and I'd love to see him to get another look at it.
Live with Heimberg on 10, his second.
Take a step or two. He's going to bring the OB into play. He needs a skip, and he's going to get it. Heimberg just deep of the pin. Sets up well for birdie.
Looks like Heimberg will go 7 through 10.
It's good to see him throwing that forehand again. I mean, that's something that he reintroduced a few times last week we saw. But, yeah, he's starting to feel comfortable with it as we take a look here at Albert Tom's third shot here. And you can see, even though he didn't do a lot off the tee shot, he's still in position, probably just inside 320 feet or so to the pin.
Oh, just a little bit too high from Tom.
I think if he could do anything differently, his second shot would be a little bit closer to the water. The more downhill you are, the closer you are to the water, the more that ceiling opens up for that forehand third shot.
I thought we'd see a giant towering hyzer out of him around those trees, honestly. Your tournament leader, Austin Turner, at the drop zone.
Let's see if he even considers this. Looks like he's got a tailwind, but no. It's just, it was a more fun drop zone from 100 feet away than this 45-footer. It is frightening.
We saw makes from over there, you know, because it's an angle he can run, right?
Yeah. We saw Ricky Wysocki do it that one emotional year after his sister passed away.
That's
and
right.
We've seen plenty of. I've done it on camera before too. It's a fun shot. It's exhilarating.
Speaking of Rick, his third coming up.
Very well played for Ricky. Executing his game plan to near perfection.
Nice and easy there into the basket there for Prez. He can do that one in his sleep.
Major champion as Andrew Presnell, another birdie. Brian, you see anything different in Presnell these last couple weeks, man?
Yeah, I've talked to him quite a bit, actually. And last week, he actually told me he actively, halfway through that day where they had to play like 30-plus holes of disc golf at Northwoods, he said he kind of found a second wind and started standing a little bit taller, walking with a little bit more confidence, and starting to tell himself that he can believe to win these championships. And clearly it worked out for him last week. This week, his start was pretty hot. You can see him getting a little frustrated with himself right now, though. I think he's holding himself to a higher standard, and I don't think sometimes that's a bad thing.
High expectation golf, you know?
Yeah, sure. I mean, he's about to tap in to go 5 under through the first 8 holes. Again, that's the pace you're looking for. If you can get off to a good start, 5 or 6 under on the front 9, you're loving your opportunities on the back 9.
That was Tom's long birdie bid. Should turn into a par. Heimberg turns that one into a birdie.
This is what you're looking for right here.
Ganon Burr also birdieing.
That's a great scramble. I mean, it's a scramble birdie. He's in a bad position. Granted, hole 10 is the second easiest hole in the course, but definitely not where you want to find yourself after the tee shot. Just threw a really great shot, played the wind perfectly, bullseye birdie.
Shouts to Logan Harpool, who we saw there briefly as well, also birdied on hole 10. Wysocki, speaking of birdies. Does he have a par yet, Germ?
No.
No.
I don't believe he will ever par.
Tom for par.
And typically we see that from Wysocki last round when there's nothing to lose.
Yeah.
He's going for the win. He's going for broke, birdie on every hole. And when you have that aggressive game plan, it oftentimes results in bogeys. The bogey he got on hole 1, though, is subjectively bad putt. It was in the middle of the basket, just a little bit high, maybe a little too fast. But yeah.
They're making their way over to hole 9's tee. While they make that walk, we'll let our sponsors talk. We'll be back in just a few.
Southern royalty was born for plastic stone.
Behold the Eagles Crossing Disc Golf Course, a sanctuary where the ordinary transforms into the extraordinary. As each disc takes flight, destiny intertwines with the flight path. But beware, brave souls. For the course harbors challenges that even the boldest must confront. Yet, fear not, for victory and camaraderie are your companions on this voyage. Visit eaglescrossingdiscgolf.com.
With this collaboration with Discraft and Grip, the goal is to make the best bag in disc golf on and off the course. This bag is designed beyond the course. This is made for the travel. This is made for the tour. It's really made for the athlete of the sport. So many new changes that I can't wait to show off and others see and use and utilize. I believe disc golfers will love this new bag.
Your rating is one of the most valuable things you get with a membership. This gives you accurate numbers to track how well you've been doing and your overall improvement in the game. You also get a member number when you register with the PDGA. Your PDGA number is a stamp for when you got involved in the sport. It's a badge of pride for players and a part of your disc golf identity. Get your number today. Visit pdga.com/join.
Jumping ahead to 16 and your buddy Yuli.
Well, let's see if he can be the first one on coverage to make the island. Oh,
he did.
I don't like the sound of the crowd, and it does not. Of course, the curse continues. But he was in a tie for 4th place going into the hole. Can stay there if he makes the scary drop zone putt, but I just don't see anyone running that putt.
Back on 9, Wysocki on the tee.
Very disciplined tee shot for Ricky. I like the play. Takes birdie pretty much out of the equation.
Yeah.
Again, don't need a birdie on hole 9. Walk away anything less than bogey, and you're feeling really good about yourself.
Fresno.
I should say better than birdie, not less than bogey.
Yeah. It all works.
You get it. Yeah, great shot from Prezi.
Hole 17, Austin Turner on your screen.
Needs to move right. Needs to move right quick. Oh, wow. Austin certainly thought that was going to be pushing out of bounds, but finds inbound somehow. He'll have a lengthy look for his second shot on the par 4 17th.
Back to 9 for Tom's tee shot.
Such a scary forehand, but look at the way he drifts that from right to left. Minimal fade here at the end.
Oh, no
Around
way.
the corner. Best drive I've ever seen in the hole.
Holy crap.
Best drive I've ever seen in the hole. Right there.
That was amazing.
That was absolutely fantastic from Albert.
Wow. Hole 11 with Heimberg.
What a shot. Sure. Looked a bit high out of his hand, but just continued to ride forward with that whatever stability he chose there. He picked the wind, or read the wind great, and He's going to have a putt just inside the circle.
That's for a share of the lead.
And this is more of what I was expecting to see from Calvin, a little bit more of a line drive, but look at the results. They're nearly identical.
Flying above hole 9. You ever get that one far in practice even, Jerm?
No. No, I don't. Not even in my dreams in practice did I go as far as Albert just did with his forehand. It's just remarkable how he makes something so difficult look so easy.
Rick throwing 2 around the corner.
That's well done. Yeah. Just getting to the corner doesn't necessarily guarantee yourself a par. Like getting around the corner, like Ricky just did there, is the way I think that you can really take the pressure off of that third shot on this difficult 9. See, Andrew, I'm interested to see how aggressive he gets with his shot. Like, is he trying to make the corner and turn, or is he just going to play to the edge? Looks like he's actually trying to get his shape.
Yeah, I think you're right. But this is just to make the par easier, right?
Yeah, and excellent.
Okay.
Excellent shot.
Did exactly what he wanted to do.
I mean, it's just it's a scary way to get to the place that he wants to be, but he's done a great job.
Turner barely in bounds off the tee on 17, has this left for his second.
Look how close that was.
Yeah. I think all 3 of us thought that was out of bounds.
Oh, yeah. I think all 3 and the rest of everyone watching this thought that was out of bounds. Austin going big hyzer. Oh, wow, Ian.
I think he got it there, yeah?
He definitely got it there. That flashed chains, but I think he's still short.
One more look at this Tom drive from the catch cam. And you're spinning the catch cam. You've done something great. Brian, can you elaborate on that drive we saw from Tom on 9?
Well, in regards to my forehand Mount Rushmore, one of the guys is sitting in the booth right next to you, but this guy, Albert Tom, showing off the hyzer flip, the flex. I mean, this guy is making a case for it. I mean, that flew a very Jeremy Colling-esque line, but with 15 miles an hour more speed. Just crazy stuff, like late drift in the flight, shaped it the entire way. It's one thing to throw something wicked overstable with that much speed and control, but this guy just threw a little hyzer flip. That's awesome. It's a sight to watch.
With you there, Brian.
And I think you got that one wrong, Brian. It's more like 15 to 20 miles an hour faster.
Fresnel into the green on 9 with his third. That should work for a par.
And a little bit fast on the approach for Albert. He'll have a putt coming back for the birdie. Never a bad thing on 9.
Nah.
Never a bad thing.
Heimberg putting for birdie and a share of the lead. He'll hang out in 4th place for the moment.
Just a bit low.
Wysocki. A very long birdie bit. That's a smart layup for par.
Yeah, ideally you'd love to be able to jump putt into the screen to take your par.
Birdie putt for Burr. Burr getting in the mix. Just 3 off the lead now. And 9's green with Tom. His second flew a little long, coming back up the hill for birdie.
Yes, love to see it. What a front nine for Albert. His mistakes. He went out of bounds on 3. He missed a putt inside the circle on 2, and he hit a low ceiling branch on his approach on 8. Other than that, perfect front nine. I mean, that branch he hit on 8 he was just inches away from flying underneath it and having a close birdie putt.
Yeah. Presnell, a good par.
Yeah, 5 under for Presnell. Awesome stuff. We're seeing some really great golf from this card.
Welk. Nicely done from Parker. That was a bogey for Parker.
Yeah, look at that front nine.
Gorgeous.
Love to see Albert playing good disc golf.
Burr, tee of 12.
Looks like there's a tailwind here, which is good for the forehand to hang it out over the sidewalk. Just got to watch out for this big skip, and it collects nicely.
Turner for the solo lead on 17.
Oh, he was so close.
Wow.
What an approach shot from back there nearing the left side OB line. Okay, Austin Turner, your solo leader now at 9 under. A good bounce back after the Miss Island.
Yep. Tee of 12, Heimberg.
Uh-oh.
Too high and pays the price.
Tough to do with the tailwind to miss it that high. But Calvert, I think he's still in the mid-range there, trying to maybe throw it as hard as he can and utilize the disc speed.
A flex forehand on 10's tee. Oh, I'm loving this germ.
Yes.
If it can stay clean.
Yeah, it's fine. It's better than fine. It's excellent. Those row of 4 trees there is where you'd like for your drive to be. You can scramble from any position behind those 4.
We talk about, Brian was talking about the Mount Rushmore of forehand guys, you know. Tom's on there for the distance. I think you're on there for just the whole thing, plus the shot shaping. You got that hyzer flip forehand, man. Love watching that.
Oh, speaking of pretty forehands, Ricky Wysocki, man, that is through the gap. That will be just a slammer approach from there for him.
Nothing in the way from that angle, right?
No, you don't have to scramble from the middle of the fairway with no trees in the way, Ian. That's what you're looking to do.
Heck yeah. Heimberg, after the early tree hit, throws his second.
Mount Rushmore needs to extend to like 15 different heads.
I know.
It's not fair to keep it to 4 or 5.
It's not,
it's just getting too hard in this.
We need like a ridge. We don't need like a mountain, you know?
Yeah.
That is Andrew Presnell.
A tough roll for Calvin on the last hole. He's going to have to save the par from outside the circle now.
So Presnell caught the last tree on the way out. It's going to make for a very tough birdie. And as Jerm mentioned, Heimberger has this left for par.
See if he can make the adjustment, keep the disc up. He does. Beautiful putt.
He wanted that one.
Yeah, that's the want that you love to see from Calvin.
Yeah.
When his putt has that emphasis behind it, he's the scariest player in the field.
Preach. 18 with your leader, Austin Turner.
Now, a player like Austin Turner has an opportunity to eagle because his shot is going to be naturally hyzering towards that right side, and that is the way to get close to this hole on your second shot if he wants it. Oh, just don't go too far right.
Oh, the skip there was gnarly.
That was a devastating second skip.
Yeah.
I didn't even really so much mind the first one, but the second one continuing its momentum, and that's a tough place to be. That being said, he might have a chance to save the birdie still.
Oh, that's true, huh? Ganon Burr misses the birdie putt. Flying above hole 10. Andrew Presnell down there. Looks like he did find that last tree in the fairway. He's right next to it. Brian, what's this look like for Presnell? Any chance of getting all the way to the pin from here?
He's got his most understable distance driver. He was thinking about the forehand. He has been practicing it a bit more. I don't really think there's a way to get to the pin unless you throw something pretty miraculous. He's going with a really understable fairway driver right now. I am really intrigued. Hard crosswind. Oh, the fadeaway. We love it. Stay in bounds. Yeah, just fine. That's a look.
All right. He will take it. Thank you, Brian.
It is such an incredibly difficult shot. Something that Andrew works a lot on is throwing over his right leg because he doesn't love to throw the forehand shots.
Okay.
He's good at scrambling in that way.
13, Ganon Burr just missed the birdie putt on 12. Look for the bounce back.
That's great shape.
Sure enough.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Bullseye. On. Hitting the Furman.
Incredible.
Let's see if Heimberg can hop on those vapor trails. Not quite.
And that's rolling backwards.
Ew.
They've changed the out of bounds to be, it's hazard now.
Yeah.
So you get to advance, increasing the speed of play.
Wysocki second after.
Oh. And I was surprised he didn't go with the forehand approach, but still it's nearly the same result.
Yeah. Parker Welk. Looks like his drive was OB, Jerm.
It appears so.
Yeah, he was out
Third
of bounds
shot.
off the tee. That was his third.
And struggles continuing, unfortunately, for Parker.
Does have 4 birdies, but unfortunately those are balanced out by a double and 2 bogeys.
The double on one just really set
It was
a tough start for him.
Yeah. And this drive for Tom, fantastic, throwing his second with nothing in the way.
Yeah, it's just a little claustrophobic in there. Can't quite reach back his comfortable reach back for the forehand. Doesn't really matter. And this guy's on a roll. It's going to be 7 under through 10 now for Albert. It's going to put him in that tie for 4th place.
Brian, we just saw a pretty nice tee shot from Albert on 10, but you telling me he might have seen something else to try tomorrow?
Oh, man, everybody was walking ahead after the tee shots, and Albert is staying on the tee pad, looking up and left, and I stand there as well, and I see this beautiful opening in the tree line, and with this wind we have today, it turns into a max distance contest throw type shot with a little bit of flex. You could even throw a massive roller, and Albert said, you know, maybe I might come back here tonight and practice that shot. I'm okay with it. I'm all for it.
The entertainment value sounds high on that shot, Brian. I'd love to see it tomorrow. Thank you for that. Heimberg. That was his long birdie bid after rolling back off the tree hit. And taking a breather and a look at our scores, Jerm.
Austin Turner, can he get to 18? I don't know if he's going to want to go for that big shot over the water.
Yeah.
But double digits is certainly in play for a few of our players in the field right now.
Wysocki. Punt for birdie, hole 10.
Oh, that looked eerily similar to hole 1.
100%.
Ricky's the only putter in the game whose putt goes in the basket and then the putt and the basket make an arrangement. They shake hands for a while, they think about what they're going to do, and sometimes they make an agreement that they're both okay with, and sometimes the basket says, no deal. And it's the weirdest thing because I've never seen any other putter go in the basket and just sit there for a while and think about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's why you see a lot of times Ricky, his putts are on the middle pole.
And decision time for Turner after his drive leaked OB.
So he gives himself a little bit of relief off the OB line. Oh no, he's actually just a meter off, and so he was just kind of checking it out and making a decision. And he's got slow disc in hand. It looks like he's reserved to just play for the par.
Okay.
And I don't blame him.
No, not at all.
No need to throw away the lead that you've created. Let the field come back to you, and from there, it'll be a very easy up and down for him.
Right.
Or pretty standard, it should be.
We'll see how Austin finishes on the other side of this break. Back in just a bit.
Simon in for the birdie. He's just been making these like it's nothing. It's just no problem. That putt has looked so good this week. Another nice birdie for Simon.
Oh my
Come on, dude.
Yeah, I mean, that's a perfect putt.
2024 MPO champion, Simon Lizotte!
Having the Mojo riser for those longer rounds puts a lot less stress in my back trying to lift it up off the ground.
It's going to elevate your game, giving you more energy for every throw.
This has easily been the best disc golf purchase I have made.
Get yours at mojogear.com.
Thank you, Mojo Gear.
This is the game changer. Step onto the course with the Pure Premium Disc Golf Bag, adding a touch of glamorous flair to your play. Use the code DGPT at puredisc.net for the best price. Upgrade your game. Upgrade your look.
There's the Estonian flag for our man Albert Tom. It's worked so far.
No kidding.
And the man himself on the tee of 11. Jeremy, we need to sneak in a correction or an addition to our wobble list.
An addendum.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got to go back to that wobble talk about the putt. We got to add the guy who really created the wobble putt and brought it to fruition. I mean, at least in the world scale, and that's that was a terrible Yeti noise. But Jay Redding, awful kick there for Albert.
Yeah.
He may have stayed safe though. There is an OB line on the right side, but you know, that's the putt that owned. She created her putt after the 5-time putting world champion.
I was gonna say
Jay Redding, and you mentioned Steve Rico, and I was like, have you even seen Bamba Rico, his brother?
Yeah.
He makes Steve Rico look like he putts flat. The disc does somersaults in the air. It's wild. And a great shot for Rick.
That was as Presnell takes the tee. This is going to be the edge of Presnell's range.
It's the longest 395. It's right there in front of you, but it does take a full shot to get there. And
yeah.
A full shot gets him pin high, but let's call it 50 feet left.
Jumping ahead to hole 14. Scene of a Parker Welp eagle last year.
Forehand eagle on this hole, 975. Really puts it in perspective. I know the first shot's downhill, second shot's slightly downhill. I don't care.
But still.
You have to go out of bounds.
And Turner will look to get up and down for a stroke lead.
I think so.
It's gorgeous.
I think so. Great round for Austin.
Back to 14, Heimberg.
Uh-oh. We've got to watch out for this. Okay, it hits the high grass. Now that same shot hits the other side of that line. That could have rolled out of bounds.
Very easily so. And as you're watching 14, just keep in mind, AB just eagled this one. What was the putt? Did you look?
I didn't see the putt yet. 36 feet. Okay, so Anthony Barella jumps into second place with that. 4 holes to go. It seems like a sure thing at this point that somebody's going to get to double digits.
It's right there, isn't it? Tom The drive not great, just trying to get up and down for par now.
Fortunately, did not kick out of bounds, though.
Should be good enough.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be more.
You'd like
it's going to
better.
test his nerves more than he'd like.
Yes.
It's not the distance you want your par putts to be.
Back to 14 for Heimberg in his second after the cut roll thrower.
And that's just fine. It should be a blind approach. That's at the very bottom of the hill where it's kind of difficult to see over the hill and see the flag stick, but in your practice, that's basically where all your second shots are gathering, so you've thrown that shot plenty of times before.
Over to Presnell in 11. More or less pin high left for birdie.
And you can see why getting off to a hot start is so important on this course. As you see right now with Presnell's scores recently, it's been kind of flat. He's got that one birdie on hole 8, but other than that, it's been a lot of pars recently.
Yeah.
Getting off to a hot start just gives you a buffer going into the tough stretch of the course, which is pretty much the middle section.
And we need a cam just on AB like the whole year, Drew.
At all times.
Like all the time.
Especially if it's a course like this where eagle is in play.
Yeah. Tom to clean up par.
And right side out for Albert. Unfortunately, he's going to take his first bogey of the round.
Going the other way is Wysocki.
Just like that, they are tied at 6 under.
Rick did card a par finally, back on 9.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, his first of the day. And only. Welk in for a par. Presnell will do the same. To be followed by the first bogey of Albert Tom's day. As they make their way to the next, we're going to sneak in a break on the network. We'll catch you in just a few.
Oh. I don't even have Anthony showing up as a birdie on.
Three current favorites from Innova Champion Discs at Power Grip USA. The Champion Rolo, Halo Sidewinder, and the iDye Firebird. Shop Innova right now at PowerGripUSA.com.
I think this golfing can improve our community in many ways. It brings people together.
That maybe some of these kids who feel a little bit lost could find something like disc golf, find friends, find people to come together and play the sport.
Encouraging people to work together, kids to know one another, love one another.
A way for these kids to have a really fun thing to do together.
I think that's what we need in the world, love one another and do life together.
I'm beyond excited to introduce my first disc with MVP, the Prism Proton Envy, also known as Rebirth. I absolutely love the fact that my name's on it and I'm going to be able to throw it. It's an incredible disc.
The 2024 Prodigy Signature Series are here. The Signature Series explores the evolution of flight. Get yours March 22nd on ProdigyDisc.com and at your local retailer.
Welcome back, Wysocki. We're on the tee at 12.
A lot to like, except for that part.
Yeah. Presnell next. Brian, is that tree going to be in Wysocki's way on that putt, or did he manage to come up just short enough?
I think he should be okay. It's only, you know, a few feet wide. There's going to be some opportunities to straddle around if he's too obstructed.
A little better line from Presnell. Oh. Off the stand and out into circle 2 goes Presnell, unfortunately. Oh, 16 with Barella.
Uh-oh. This has been the check-in disaster hole. I don't even think we've seen a par yet.
Whoa.
And no way. Once again, another one bites the dust here.
Gosh.
This is something else.
Crosswinds do not.
It's not even particularly windy, Jerm.
It's surprising. It's really, I can't quite figure out what's going on out there.
Back to 12 for Tom's tee shot.
Oh, that tree is just the one that prevents the park job for the forehand.
That was right there. On 14, Ganon Burr with a birdie look.
Beautiful.
In the mix, per the usual, Ganon Burr.
And he's avoiding that first round setback, which is, yeah, he's got to like that.
Calvin Heimberg, this should be for par. This is not for birdie.
Oh, it's for birdie. It's for birdie. Yeah, he went to the hillside, bottom of the hill, pitched up.
Okay. I thought it was a par 4 in my mind for some reason.
No, it's a par 5.
There we go.
It used to be par 4.
Okay. Presnell.
Yeah,
Ooh.
Let's go. Nice putt from outside the circle for Andrew Presnell.
Wysocki out in circle 2 for birdie.
Kind of forced the low ceiling with the limbs there, but had enough opportunity to get it high enough, just a little low there for Rick.
Albert Tom putting for birdie.
Yes. And a good bounce back putt, good bounce back birdie.
Jumping ahead to 16.
Okay.
And Chris Clemens.
Chris Clemens. Can he figure out the difficult hole 16? Come on, go in. Oh, Chris Clemens, hole-in-one on 16!
You love it.
Let's go, baby.
That's how you get it on the island.
Bro, this man wanted to throw backhand. I said, throw for him.
Oh my gosh, the indecision on the tee box, Ian. Going back and forth, forehand, backhand, 2 different discs.
Mark, let's check out this powered by Nako ace by Chris Clemens. Mark it 1, dude.
Oh, that is so cool.
So casual, too.
Oh, that's the Chris Clemens forehand MO right there.
His forehand is beast.
Talk about Mount Rushmore.
Uh-huh. He's our lefty on the ridge.
Oh, yeah. Incredible.
Gotta give a shout to Madison Walker, who hit cage this morning.
Very cool. Did it stay safe?
Yeah, and she,
good.
she made the birdie, too.
Oh,
yeah,
very cool.
Loved all of that.
And this is the fun part. You got the Mingos over here.
Yeah. Basically,
Emporia's version of the 8 holes. A bunch of people gathering here. A lot of them, at some point, you're going to see some people wearing pink. There we go.
He's doing the Simon here.
There are the pink Mingos out there.
They've been waiting all day for that.
Waiting all year for that one, Ian.
That's true.
All year.
And they got it. Clemens delivers. That was awesome. 13, Presnell.
Now, part of that fear that used to exist on the 13th tee is gone. If you go out of bounds in years past, you're basically re-teeing.
Yeah.
And now that you get to advance, there's a little bit more incentive to get aggressive and go for it. And I like that. It encourages the aggressive play. You're still going to see people hitting left side limbs or throwing it too low and going out of bounds, but you're going to see people really try to go after the intended birdie play.
Hole 15 with Heimberg. 1 off the lead. Oh, I guess Barella bogeyed, didn't he? So he has a share of the lead. Tom. Back on 13.
I'm seeing something strange here in our scores. We need to confirm whether this is true or not, but it says Austin Turner took an 8 on hole 18.
Yeah.
And we saw his approach shot close to the basket.
Yeah, that was going to be for par. Did it roll in the water after a miss or something like that?
Oh, my goodness. That would be just absolutely devastating if that's actually the case. If that's inputted correctly, that would just be unbelievable.
So he's at 5 now then, right?
Wow. And it has him at 6 under.
Oh, he has 2 OBs on 18. He must have. Oh, my goodness.
Unbelievable.
We're looking for the Austin Turner on 18 right now. Production is efforting. We'll get that as soon as we can. Hopefully that's just a mismark on the score, or
that would be a total shame there if that is actually the case.
He has 3 circle 1 putts marked.
Oh, unbelievable.
Heimberg back on 15.
Yeah.
Not a great tee shot.
Not a good tee shot, correct.
No. That's a Calvin Heimberg hole too.
Yeah.
Back to 13 for Welk.
Is this really his second throw? Did he stay in bounds?
Is he far enough left?
That's
to be out of the hazard?
What a shot that one was. I didn't know that was even really possible to stay in that tree line and safe.
Yeah, that's perplexing.
Okay.
There's a hazard flag on the other side of him. That had to be from hazard, right?
Yes, I would believe so.
So we're pretty sure that was his third. All right, the Turner putt on 18.
And this was for par.
No way, and that rolled OB, and he just airballed it from 8 feet, Sherm. Oh my gosh.
Oh, no, there's no, if that went out of bounds, then he would just replay that one.
He should have.
I'm sure.
He has 2 OBs on his card.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Maybe he didn't think of it in the moment.
I mean, he may have missed a comebacker putt for the 6. That goes in the water, then he maybe taps in from the water for the 8.
Wow.
Oh,
Burr.
Ganon splashing out left side.
So it looks like he did re-putt it, I think they're telling us.
Okay.
We'll get that on your screen shortly. Wysocki for birdie, circle 2, 13.
Oh, big putt. Ricky Wysocki on hole 13. What a birdie that was. Didn't love his tee shot, but made up for it on the green from 50 feet. Let's call it 46 feet, 4 inches.
Presnell also putting for birdie.
Sure is. And that's certified bonus birdie for anyone. This hole says 397, which is just absolutely, it's what it says.
456.
456,
yeah.
okay.
So we did roll OP, and this one, missed that one.
I cannot believe.
What? Can you imagine going to like leaving the course after this just happened to you too?
After everything that you've dealt with on the course, I'm in disbelief that he missed that same putt twice in a row. It must be a tough wind. I mean, a headwind on an elevated basket.
That's just getting in your head, man.
Is certainly difficult.
That's being in your head.
But man, that is tough to see.
16 with Burr. We've seen a 1, and we've seen a lot of 4s.
And
are we
there's
going to see
another
2?
No, we're going to see another 4.
Oh, we are.
I mean, Ganon's the type of aggressive where I could see him going for it from the drop zone with his belief in his putt. But the thing is, any miss, even if you hit front cage, I think you're still in danger of going out of bounds long. Yeah. It's just that close.
Heimberg picking between overstable fairways.
The only place that's safe right now is inside the basket, Ian. I'm convinced of it.
That's what it feels like, huh?
It's the only place that's safe on this island. And Calvin, this looks to be good. Yeah, it mitigates that fade by going mid-range. Just keeping it on a slower speed, hammering it. Great shot.
Like Jerm mentioned, the only place safe in the basket.
Ching! And unlike Matt Bell's ace on a couple years ago that paid him $25,000, this one's just going to pay him with a nice eagle. And look at this smile.
You just get 2 strokes. Maybe that'll turn into money on Sunday.
Oh, it's 3 strokes on a lot of the field.
That's very true. Hole 16 at Champions Landing, man. Drama.
Yeah, this one, nice little 25K right there.
That's crazy.
And the homies that were there, I think they all got a piece of the pie. They all had an agreement. If anyone hit it, they'd split it up a little bit.
Okay.
Matt Bell dropped out of the tournament and went home after hitting this ace, though. That is awesome.
He headed to Santa Cruz to go play a Masters Cup or something?
Or yeah, I think I don't know if he was living in Santa Cruz anymore at that time.
Okay.
Yeah, wherever home was, that's where he was a few days later.
That's so funny. I mean, that's one of the biggest payouts in disc golf history.
It really is. It's the most expensive throw ever.
Yeah.
And I think that same year was the same year I got my ace, and I got paid $0 on that.
Zero?
Well, the same thing. I just did it like Clemens just did it in the tournament.
In the round. And it's not even like a C-tier where there's an ace pot.
I know. I wanted to call Matt up and be like, hey, dude, like, what about like 2,500?
The Presnell tee shot's a little low of optimal.
Yeah, well, being a par 5, it certainly isn't necessarily like he's out of birdie position now.
Yeah.
I think it's going to require a big shot, though. Not a lot of distance off the tee. Means he's going to have to work for it.
Distance off the tee coming up right here, though, Jerm.
Big forehand opportunity for a guy like Albert Tom. You don't want to play too much with the stability, because if you turn it over going downhill, it can stay moving left and find that out-of-bounds cart path.
Brian, are we starting to see some wind pick up out here? And what are they dealing with on 14?
Yeah, they got a head cross to the right. It's feeling about 15, 20 miles an hour. Gusts getting a little bit over 20. So just a perfect part of the course for the wind to start picking up.
Yeah.
16's coming up.
Or you got 15 coming, which is the easiest hole in the course as of right now. And then you got the island green, where we've seen one successful shot land on the grass and one successful shot land in the basket, and everything else has been wet.
Barella throwing 2 on 17 after a huge drive.
And this is moving fast.
Oh, hit the sign?
I think that light pole is actually, I don't know what's going on there with AB.
The green of 16 with Heimberg for 2.
Beautiful. And that is gonna.
That's the solo lead for Heimberg, and Burr not far behind. In fact, just 1 stroke. Oh yeah, they're going the other way. Checking out Germ's Keys for Closing, brought to you by our friends at BlackKingsDisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Well, obviously, hole 16 is critical. And you have to be aware of the amount of out of bounds that is potentially present on 17. The OB left, the OB long and right side. And you have to run through the finish line of this course. I mean, hole 18 is a hole that you expect to get a birdie if you stay safe. But obviously, there's been some teeth out there as well. We've seen some big scores on 18. Unfortunately, what we saw there with Austin Turner, it's not just happening to him, it's happening to a lot of players. But relatively, if you break down hole 18, it should be on the easier side. So you want to make sure you're finishing with a birdie.
Back to 14's action, and Tom is second. You know who birdied 18? Your man, Yuli.
What a round, Paul Ulibarri. Good opening round for sure at 7 under.
Tied for 5th place. There's a ton of people not up in 5th right now.
So this is his 4th throw, so it did actually end up going out of bounds. Like I said, you have to be aware of that OB long. You can't just throw, and you can't see it from the perspective of the fairway. You know it's there, but it's really hard to account for a good approach being inbounds or not.
AB to stay 1 off the lead. As a couple lefties watch.
Oh, this is deep. Near 60-footer.
Yep.
He'll drop his second shot of the round.
Back to Presnell in his second on 14.
And another low one for Andrew, and he's going to have quite a bit of distance into the green to try to get the birdie.
Yeah. Your tournament leader, Calvin Heimberg. A clean 9 down.
Yep. The lowest bogey-free rounds in the clubhouse right now are at 7 under. Right now, Calvin Heimberg still bogey-free and is just thrown as good as you are ever going to see.
No way, Drew.
As good as you're ever going to see.
No way.
We saw Anthony Burrell make the corner that a couple of years ago, but that was actually not as good as that shot because that shot hyzered around the corner. That shot we just saw from Calvin is perfectly placed.
Nice second shot from Rick on 14, in business for birdie still. Back to Burr on 17.
This tee, you can see it's a little wet. It can be slick on the front end. It does not affect Ganon or Calvin. Those shots are just gorgeous. And that'll set up for probably a similar line to what we saw Chris Dickerson throw before with that mid-stability fairway driver and on the right side, hyzer.
Andrew Presnell grabbing a disc for his 3rd shot down there. A live look down from your Flight Factory drone.
I wonder what he's looking at.
And a reminder, you got code DDO24 over at FlightFactoryDisc.com for 15% off all your dynamic disc gear there. And that is through Sunday, so make sure you do it this weekend. Presnell's 3rd. Oh. That had the shape, didn't it, Jerm?
It certainly did. The air bounce was taking it up and down, and I mean that's what happens when you leave yourself that short for your 3rd shot on this hole. But man, the shot shape looked terrific.
They're teasing double digits, Germ. They're teasing us.
I know we're going to get one. And Anthony Burrell with a little misstep again on 17, going back to.
Oh, yeah. They have AB mismarked right now.
Oh, excuse me. He may have stayed safe. His second shot, that might have been a putt for birdie.
Oh, okay.
So it looks like Anthony Burrell actually received a par on hole 17, but still will need the eagle to get to double digits. Meanwhile, Calvin's going to have a couple chances.
Tom's third on 14.
It's a pretty decent ways away, maybe 350. It's kind of blind from where he's at. Like this play, not too bad. Nice play on the hill.
And it scoots up to bullseye.
Tom in business. That should get Albert to 8 down on the day.
Still just plugging along, playing a great round of disc golf. Only a few minor mishaps for the round.
How do you really say his first name, Jeremy?
I think Albert.
Really? Okay. I thought I heard you bust out something a little different earlier. I could have been wrong.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that.
Okay.
I think Albert's just Albert.
Okay.
But it's probably not that for him. If he said
Yeah.
his correct Estonian pronunciation, it'd be Alberta. I don't know. I have no clue.
Rick's third coming up.
Yeah. And that's what you're looking to do here on 14. Looks like the wind has kind of died down a little bit. There was pretty gusty back there on the tee, though.
Yeah, it was. That should get Rick to 8 under on the day. Clemens. Just 2 off the lead, tee of 18. A meaningful ace for Chris Clemens.
Oh, goodness. This is going to need a hurry and sit. And I believe that is found out of bounds. But with his distance.
Could he think about it?
I think he could. Again, it's like maybe one of those like wait for Saturday or Sunday type decisions, but there are opportunities at that spot.
Presnell in his fourth. Giving us a moment to get in position. Thank you, Andrew. Yeah, that should work for par. Presnell sitting at 6 under on the day. 14, a bit of a miss, though. This one kind of softer.
Yeah, you want a birdie hole 14. You just got to get off. You got to get a good tee shot off, and he just never really was in position.
On 17, Ganon Burr in his second coming up.
Third easiest hole in the course. Birdied by nearly half the field. And Ganon indeed trying to go for that hyzer backdoor play like we saw from Chris, but pushing that one long and getting close to that out of bounds line. That means that he'll be 50 feet away for the birdie.
Yeah.
Definitely would like to have that one a lot closer.
Speaking of Barella, tee of 18.
And that's just a play for the birdie, and you like that tee shot. Just put it in play and then work from there.
On 14, Wysocki putting for birdie. Job done on the green there for Rick, just 1 off the lead.
And if every single disc that he threw into the basket that hit the pole stayed in, he would be the first player to double digits.
Truth. Presnell, a par putt.
We've had some incredible highlights today, have we not?
My goodness.
From the near ace from Ricky Wysocki back there on hole 4 to Clemens deliberating on the tee pad and making apparently the perfect decision.
It kind of sounds like Melton helped him out a little bit there. Did you hear?
Yeah, yeah. Awesome.
Heimberg and his second on 17 after a ridiculous drive.
Just going Spikeheiser. And yeah, it's going to have to earn it from 30.
And we're taking a quick break on the network. We'll be back in just a bit.
My name is Garrett Gerthy, and I'm the founder of Double G Craft Jerky.
I love the fact that it's resealable. I can just get a little bit, keep my energy levels up, but not eat like a half of a meal in the middle of my round.
My favorite bag is the Smash Cracked Pepper. That's my perfect salty snack.
This is my go-to, the Saxon Sweet and Spicy. If this bag gets open, there's no need for the seal, because I'm gonna eat it all.
Ricky, distance driver in hand. What? What just happened? What just happened? Wysocki blows up the basket on the 16. I don't know what that is, but it definitely bombs.
Wysocki, TF15.
Ricky talking to his disc, and the disc is listening.
That looks like a share the lead for Rick coming up. Ganon Burr on 17.
Hard to do. Hard to hit the pole on these baskets with the koozies in this day and age.
That was impressive, wasn't it? Albert Tom on 15.
Oh,
no.
No.
Does it have enough life to get back in?
This is going to need the help from 1,000 Estonian ancestors. And it finds its way back in bounds into mid C2.
1,001 ancestors on that one, on that case right there.
Yeah, Angels in the outfield was helping him out.
Heimberg on 17 for birdie. Oh,
yeah, that's what I'm telling you, man. When it's got the desire,
yeah,
it's. If you're trying to beat him in a disc golf competition, good luck to you.
Back to 15, Presnell.
And we got our first double-digit player, Calvin Heimberg.
He did it.
Thought we'd see several. We might see 2 with Ricky with the short birdie putt coming.
Very wide from Presnell as well.
Oh, no.
It didn't kick it up.
It stayed safe, thank goodness, because any out of bounds here goes to that drop zone. And we've seen double bogeys.
Yeah, that is punitive. Clemens was OB off the tee. This is a provisional.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Going to play it from the drop zone and from his lie then?
Yeah, so I guess I'm not quite sure what the provisional entails.
Yeah. Back on 15, Welk. That was for birdie. He has that left for par. Over to Presnell. He was very close to being OB, Germ.
Yeah,
just grabbed a meter in.
That tree has kicked people out of bounds for years. And Andrew's very close to finding out what that drop zone plays like. Now, this is the range of putts that I think really becomes the most difficult when you're not putting with the putter that you're very familiar with. You know, I think not much changes in the 25-footers for all putters across the board. But how does a putt fly from 50 to 60 feet? Now, that does change.
Tom left this pretty wide out in circle 2 for birdie.
Oh, come on, Albert, Tom. Let's go. Where's the bazooka celebration?
Right? That was worthy.
At least, like, pull an arrow out of the quiver or something.
Maybe some finger guns even, you know? Pew-pew.
Yeah, pew-pew.
That was a great circle 2 make. Windy conditions.
That was great.
Putting uphill. Get it, Albert.
What a day. Oh.
We got a baby fist pump instead.
I love the little internal fist bump.
Yeah, those are the best. Well, coming back for par.
That's fun.
Wysocki for his share of second, along with Tom. They are both 1 off the lead with 3 to go. Presnell will clean up par. How many are going to land in bounds, Germ? Give me the underline.
Oh, jeez. I mean, the
one?
percentage for today has been shockingly low. I would have said that nearly every check-in we'd see would be landing safe, but I'd like to say at least half the card lands in bounds.
You giving them 2?
But I'm going to say 3. I'm going to go ahead and say 3.
I'm taking the under so hard on that number. Heimberg on 18.
I got faith.
I appreciate that.
This is a good drive for Heimberg.
Yeah.
Yep. And that just sets him up for a low-speed second shot just to crest the hill. And Anthony,
my.
I thought this was the play for birdie off the tee. He is setting himself for the huge hyzer.
Oh, placement
to go
shot.
to the place.
He faked this out so hard.
Oh, so many times.
It's so hard.
There's so many different ways to play over the hill.
Especially when you're Anthony Barella.
That's funny.
That was pretty good. Back on the tee of the same Ganon Burr. It's very high.
Could be in some minor. Yeah, it's fine.
Jumping back to 16. As we fly through, our feature card is headed this way, Germ.
It's been called the hardest 320 feet that you can really ever play. It's right there in front of you, and you have the back wall behind you to protect the long, aggressive shot, just playing it low. And when the wind is present, like it is today, minor, you want to just keep it flat. But we've seen a lot of players sky it, kind of softly throw it out to the left side. We've seen a few players hit the front hillside. It hardly ever skips up safe. So you just got to drive it in there with something stable and then just trust that back wall to do what it's supposed to do and just take the par. You don't need the birdie on 16. You don't have to get cute with it and put it close.
Half the field with bogey or worse today.
It's iconic. It's just such a fun hole. I wish there were more of these in our sport, but we've got this one, and it's pretty amazing. And this is how I wish every single tee pad in the world was built. Just flat in all corners. Oh, it's beautiful.
Wysocki with the tee, off the lead by 1.
Oh, so he switched discs. That means he thinks he's going to go in the basket.
He's going to throw that disc that blows the basket up. This looks great.
Slow down. Get low. Perfect. That's what you want to do. I think, okay, I've overused the word perfect. But it is game plan check mark. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
And if the wind is calm, Ricky is just crazy enough to run that putt. So we'll see what he does up there. Does he want to get to double ditches here? Or does he want to play for par?
Albert Tom.
And once again,
she gone.
Cue that Queen song.
How about the flag race before the disc is even in the water, Jeremy?
That is cold-blooded.
Presnell.
I like the way the Presnell throws for this island green. I like it a lot. It's just the way he throws. It sets up for the way that he likes to throw the nose up at that distance.
Yeah.
He's controlling. He's putting the brakes on at the right time.
It's almost
Beautiful
a baby stall shot, isn't it? You know, onto the island.
Beautiful shot.
Incredible. AB threw the most impressive layup we've ever seen. It's right here. Throws
the
his
highest
third.
180-foot advance we've seen in some time.
I'll blow it up, AB.
Okay. So from the same spot where we saw
Burr
Chris
second.
Dickerson.
Yeah, it's on the same. Excuse me, Drew.
That's more of what I was expecting to see from Anthony Barella.
Yeah. A normal person layup.
Mm-hmm.
A great look at 18 and your top 10. Albert likely to pick up a bogey. Rick's in the... He could... All the options are still there for Ricky at this point.
Yeah, I think we might get 1 8-under on the lead card for tomorrow, but I think it's going to be a bunch of 9s and maybe a couple 10s.
To get to 9, Barella.
Well played.
It's the year of AB, Germ.
It seems to be that way. He's a great player to root for. Great young man.
Yeah. Live.
Calvin's just looking to line this up. It looks like he's playing pretty conservative, a little forehand into the landing zone. He's going to set himself up for birdie.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Thank you, Terry.
Good chance to get to 11 under for Calvin coming up.
That was Tom just laying up for bogey after the OB drive. You know, we still don't know how many made it safe on the island.
Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, well.
We'll find out. Oh, it was
Parker did not.
2 for 4.
Parker did not. Okay,
Yeah.
so the original call.
Did he really? He did really.
Yeah.
He's a little bit Ricky Bobby late in the round, you know, if you're not first or last.
I mean, I hope that doesn't come to bite him in the end. In the end of the tournament, when you know, this is going to be a tough round for him. He's about to take a double bogey here. He's going to go to 4 over. Might be hard, maybe even impossible to play for last cash at this point for Parker, but hope it's something that he bites himself.
What are you telling Rick to do right here, Jerm?
If I'm his caddy, I say lay up, but if I'm Ricky and I'm confident, I'm probably thinking I'm going to just slam this in. Or miss it in the most square place in the koozie ever. I mean, when do you ever see the deflections on a koozie not go either direction?
Right.
If that moves left or right, I think it has enough momentum to still go out of bounds.
Presnell for birdie and a stroke on the card. And so impressed with him today.
He's been awesome.
Yeah. It's so easy to, you know, take the foot off the gas after getting your first major, you know. And
the thing is, though, with Andrew Presnell is like he shoots these scores all the time. It's just somewhat under the radar because he's not always on our feature groups.
Yeah.
It's not that he's always on league card or anything like that. Obviously, he's not. But he's out there, been on tour for years, shooting great rounds, just being on the fringe of league cards, but not quite on the feature coverage.
We're going to jump over to Calvin Heimberg and his third shot on 18.
This would be a statement to get to 11 under.
We will show you that putt for 11 on the other side of this break. We'll be back in just a bit.
So you want to throw further. Okay, here's the plan. Step 1, join the Power Disc Golf Academy. Step 2, watch Holland Hanley's lessons on how to properly select discs that are appropriate for your skill level. Step 3, watch Paul Ulibarri's X-Step lessons to help you build a solid foundation for generating power. Step 4, watch Simon Lazat's lessons on upper body mechanics to make sure you're giving the disc the best opportunity for distance. Step 5, watch Ezra Aderhold's max distance lessons to build your most powerful swing. Step 6, use our fieldwork drills to dial it all in. And the last step, go out and crush your personal best distance record. Ready? Go.
Ganon Burr throwing 3 on 18.
Oh, just getting over the hillside. He'll have just outside C1 for the birdie on the 18th.
Back on 17's tee, Presnell.
Andrew has a chance to go birdie and get to 9 under.
You make points, Jeremy. It's right there, isn't it?
It is right there. And with a tee shot like that, he's definitely in position for the birdie here on 17.
Off to a great start.
What I love about it, there couldn't be 2 more opposite courses than Northwood and Champions Landing.
Yeah, right.
And just it says so much about belief in oneself. And right now he's believing and he's throwing the disc where he wants to and he's making putts.
Rick with a really good drive.
And the only way that you can do any better than what Calvin did is if you're near that OB on the right side like Ricky is, you have options to forehand and backhand from back there. So Ricky with a great tee shot.
Albert Tom will look to bounce back after the bogey on 16. Still tied for 4th.
And worth mentioning, Ricky still has a good chance of getting to 11 under as well.
Yeah.
If Calvin is able to make his putt, then we could have 2 players at 11.
It's a Heiser finish. Will it simmer in time? Oh, yeah.
What a far drive. That was cooked.
I'm going to fly 17. It's got a really interesting shape, and then that green is kind of tricky, Jerome, too.
Oh, just make sure that the drone can actually fly under this initial branch offering that we have off the tee. That's the main thing. It's slightly uphill off the tee, and that combination of the uphill tee shot with this low ceiling that we get right here really makes that tee shot so imperative that you get the nose angle absolutely perfect. Otherwise, you can see what you have on that second shot. Absolutely no access to that green, which is off to the right side of your screen. From there, this is really where the bulk of the good tee shots land, and you've got options of going big wide forehand or that flex play that we've seen a few players go down the right side. Obviously, you have the out of bounds area here, which you don't really see too many players come that close to unless you see like the really big tee shots. But the part that you really have to be careful of is the behind the green, there's that out of bounds sidewalk that you can barely even see from here, this elevated position close to the green. Now you can imagine back there where the tee shots are landing, you cannot see this. You just know 30 feet behind this pin, bad, do not do that. Don't get too close. That's a fantastic 17th hole. This hole has seen many different iterations over the years, and they finally have landed on one they like, and we've been playing this same hole for probably the last 5 or 6 years now.
Yeah. I really like where it's landed for sure. Got Andrew Presnell down there.
Albert. Okay.
Go on, Andrew. Say the distance out loud so we can all hear it.
I always appreciated when you guys did that.
I've thought a few times about, like, if somebody asked me for a distance and we're really close to one another and I did all the work, just to tell them 40 feet different. Just do the work yourself.
Little gamesmanship, you know?
I've never done it, though. I don't think I couldn't pull myself to do it.
Yeah.
I just couldn't see myself. It's a pretty good line here, Ian.
It's shaping up.
Yeah, it's going to be a little long. Oh!
Maybe. Oh.
You hate to see it.
There's a putt for par there at least, but it's from circle's edge for Fresno.
I didn't think it had that much momentum behind it.
Yeah, that was moving.
Wind-guided extra distance. And it really skipped long there.
18 with Burr for birdie. Just to get back to 7.
Great putt. Awkward footing on the upslope. Elevated basket. Very fantastic delivery.
That puts Ganon 3 off the lead. Currently, Calvin will try to make it 4 as he walks to a birdie putt.
So much work done on this hole to bring it across the water and align this whole green with the big stone walls. Very impressive work.
A terrible bid from Heimberg, Germ.
Yeah, well, he made it in the basket on the
the
small basket.
On the picture?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wysocki, his second after a really nice drive.
That just doesn't quite get enough legs there. It's a good looking line. All smiles.
It won't be an 11, but will be a double-digit 10 down day for Calvin Heimberg. And a clean one, too.
So depending on what Ricky does on the green here on 17 and on the 18th hole, he could still potentially be the leader, but Ricky in good position to make a charge to get to 11 under potentially.
Look at that cream rising to the top, Germ.
I mean, set up for one of those all-star lineups for Moving Day Saturday. It's awesome.
Heimberg, Wysocki, Umbrella, 3 of the biggest names in our game right now. Tom in his second.
And Tom, all he needs is one birdie to solidify a spot on lead card going into Saturday.
Pulled this one pretty wide.
And it's going to require another outside C1 putt, but that got a lot of movement back towards the basket at the end of its flight.
Yeah. And checking down your standings, that top 3, the only one not there.
It's kind of surprising to not see Calvin's name in that top 5, but
he lived there last year. He lived at the top all year, didn't he?
He certainly did. Obviously, what a season for Anthony, capturing 3 of the first 4 Disc Golf Pro Tour events. Ganon Burr a winner, Nicholas Antala a winner, and Ricky Wysocki just the podium master. I think he's podiumed in the last 2 Disc Golf Pro Tour events, and maybe in the last 3 tournaments if you include the major. But he's playing some incredible disc golf right now as well.
Tom, a birdie putt on 17 from circle 2.
Or maybe Ricky's podiums have just included, the last 2 have been including the major. So Tom will stay at 8 for the time being.
Wysocki for a share of the lead.
Look to see some extra pace in this putt with the wind. Yeah, Ricky just... Sometimes you've seen Ricky putt enough, as I have over the years. You just know when he's feeling comfortable and when he knows he's got a good read on the wind. And the way he stood over that putt is just clear as day he was going to make that one.
It's funny how you can tell sometimes, huh?
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
At this point, A lot of the times, I don't even need to watch the disc. I can watch the player's reaction, their body language, and Ricky Wysocki is so animated with his celebrations or the dejections that he has. You know, he leaves it all out there, and you can always see he wears his heart on his sleeve.
Presnell to clean up par. The second league just barely OB.
And great par save.
Nicely done. So keeping it clean, Germ. 0 bogeys for Andrew today.
It's awesome.
Well, this is a birdie look.
Love to see that.
Yeah.
Obviously been a tough day for Parker, the reigning champion of the event.
Tom drops in par, and they head to 18 to finish out the round. On the other side of the break, hole 18. We'll catch you there.
Play Disc Golf is your passport to teaching and learning the game. Our mission? To teach disc golf and make it accessible to everyone worldwide. From Alaska to Africa, Guatemala to Canada, and beyond, Uplay Disc Golf has spread its wings teaching the love of the game across the globe. Get involved in our movement to make disc golf a universal joy. Explore uplaydiscgolf.org and join us in helping people find flight.
I'm David Wiggins, and in 2016, I set the disc golf world distance record with a throw of 1,108 feet. Whether I'm out in the field measuring a max distance throw, or on the course checking the elevation change for an upshot, I rely on the Eagle Secret 360 to give me accurate distances. It's the only rangefinder on the market that measures in feet, yards, and meters. It's USB-C rechargeable and features a lithium-ion battery. Visit EagleSecret360.com to get yours today.
Brought back by popular demand. Z-Lite plastic from Discraft. Disc that you already know and love, now available in lighter weights. Z-Lite, more distance with less effort.
Ricky. What? What just happened? Wysocki blows up the basket on the 16th. I don't know what that is, but it definitely bombs.
Wysocki
hoping to not create any more explosions on the ground here at Champions Landing. And
that's fine, right?
Yeah, nothing explosive about that, but it is in position to get the birdie.
Presnell next.
And a birdie here for Presnell will put him in a tie for 4th place. Uh-oh, and this will not be in bounds, I can't imagine. Yeah, this is in the middle of the water, so Andrew Presnell.
Your card?
Surprisingly pulled to the right.
Tom.
Yeah, that's a great place to be.
And welcome into the booth at Champions Landing. Jerm, it's been a heck of a day one.
Oh my gosh, the highlights we've seen from the day one has been incredible. Yeah. Ricky Wysocki with the spit out ace, Chris Clemens with his ace. It's been a lot of action. It's been great.
Yeah. Thanks for coming to the booth, man. We appreciate you taking some time off the field to join us in here.
It's
man.
nice to
an
give the
absolute
body
treat.
and mind a bit of a break every once in a while. The rest is definitely nice. Looking forward to getting back into action. But for me, I'm actually going to be covering the Portland Open. Between then and now, I'm going to be going to Japan. So I won't be playing another Disc Golf Pro Tour event until potentially the Beaver State Fling. So it's a nice little month off for me.
Okay.
But yeah, a little reset mid-season to try to just make sure I'm taking care of my aging body, put it that way. But I'm feeling good. It's not like I have any injuries to speak of. It's nice to do this and kind of usher my way into the next part of my career at some point.
I'm going to break the news right now. You're joining Nate Sexton for Champs Chumps at Portland Open.
Come on out.
That's going to be awesome,
It's
man.
going to be awesome. We're going to roast the heck out of those chumps.
And we got Tatar and Eagle McMahon as the champs, Germ.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's special.
We're going to get smoked.
yeah, you are. It's going to be awesome. I'm going to have a lot of fun making fun of you guys.
Yeah, please do. The tickets are going on sale very soon on the Disc Golf Pro Tour website if you want to be a chump in Portland. I'm going to try and get one going for USDGC too.
I've met a lot of people in Portland. I love that place. And I can say for certain there are a ton of chumps in Portland.
No, accurate.
It is a very chumpy place.
We filmed a couple out at Milo, and oh yeah, it was extra chumpy.
And so we're taking a look here. And Andrew, man, he's got a great spot to try to go for the green, but we just haven't seen anyone try to get that aggressive from this early right side out of bounds area.
Yeah.
My guess is more than likely he'll elect to he's moving off to the left side. Okay, because he likes the angle better over here from the drop zone. And I just want to double check at some point to make sure that that is optional and that we didn't see some players playing it incorrectly earlier.
Ian, are you muted?
Yes. So it says any OB player may proceed to the out of bounds. That gives them the option.
Okay.
It'll be me, right? Okay.
So Presnell has decided to use the drop zone for his third.
So par very much still in play.
Parker Welk lining up his second. Brian, any final thoughts as we wind down the round?
This has actually been really exciting. I love watching this course get played with a little bit of wind. You know, the 15, 20 mile an hour wind is still somewhat feasible out here. And it looks like the guys are going to go low. We're going to see a big log jam up towards the top like we've seen all year long. So this is going to be awesome.
With you there, Brian. Thank you. Wysocki getting into position for his water carry third. I like coming out here, Jeremy. Every year it gets a little better. You know, they take notes. They listen to you guys, and you know.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that as a player, I'm kind of torn between the difference on the original 18, the whole 18 versus the new 18. The old 18 was certainly more difficult to par.
Yeah.
This one you can still you can make a mistake and still save your par, whereas that wasn't possible in the par 4 iteration. But there's ambition, like we said before in the beginning of the show. The ambition is always present. You can always see that they're working super hard. They've purchased this country club, you know, and now they have free reign to do as they please out here, and it's going to be exciting to see what happens with this property throughout the year. Not just throughout the year, throughout the coming years, of course.
Absolutely. Nice layout from Tom, short of the water.
And that will probably get him to 9 under and solidify his position on lead card for Saturday, as long as he can get up and down. A little shout out to the Cookie Monster out there, Marweed.
Please.
Finishing 5 birdies in a row in his round to get to that 8 under. A lot of players at 8 under today.
Finished with a Yahtzee.
Yahtzee.
Stole that one from Charlie Eisenhood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, important shot for Ricky. Can he be the outright leader?
Using the backboard.
If Ricky's talking to a shot, it usually means something good's about to happen. Like, that's when he gets the most excited, is when the shot's usually fine, if not great.
Andrew Presnell in his 4th on deck.
Nice good shot for Prezi.
Welk.
And that's a good finish. Getting back to 2 over to finish the day. Obviously not the day that he was looking for at all, but finishing with 2 birdies. Never too late to birdie, right?
Yeah, never. Albert Tom and his water carry.
So we'll have Tom sending this one over the pond.
Go from it.
Ooh. And that short putt to get him to 9 under.
And we have the Pro Tour on the Euro side kicking off this weekend.
Yeah, and speaking of an Estonian sending it over the pond, we're going to send it over to the pond where Silver let the Estonian off to the lead over Teemu Lampanen, Nestori Tukkanen, and Daniel Davidsson from Sweden. Those are some serious players over there. The whole leaderboard, there is some incredible European action going on.
Silver on your European forehand Rushmore?
Not quite yet.
No?
Oh, for the forehand.
Yeah, forehand, yeah.
Man, I played with him last week at Northwood, and he's got that extra level. I did a clinic in Estonia in 2015, and he was in that clinic.
Okay.
And everyone was talking about this guy's forehand, and I was like, all right, show it to me. And he threw it over this field, and they asked me to try, and I said, I don't think I will. I don't need to do that. I plead the 5th. Incredible stuff.
Nice. And if you want to check out how that's going, head over to protour.com/event scores.
Yeah, he is a true talent. Former professional soccer player.
Is he really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't know that. Mm-hmm. I got to throw Ville Pipo on that list too.
Oh, Ville Pipo, the world record longest cell phone toss back in the day.
Got it, man.
And an Olympic javelin thrower as well. He definitely knew how to throw things over his head.
I used to love watching him throw on those old LCGM8 videos. Presnell for par.
And off the cage, not the finish Prezi was looking for.
His first and only bogey of the day on 18.
6 under, still a solid round, but certainly could have been 2 strokes in the other direction.
Yeah. Ricky Wysocki takes the solo lead.
Solid birdie. Awesome.
Your pick's looking good, Jerm. You said about 3 or 4 hours ago that's your guy.
It's not that hard of a pick.
It's a pretty strong branch.
He's making me look smarter than I am, but I mean he's an easy person to pick out here, and we all know this. Ricky Wysocki loves to talk about playing with momentum, and he's been playing well lately. And I mean, he had 2 shots going to the basket that came out today. He very well could be at 13 under par.
That is wild to think about.
And with 2 bogeys. So
yeah.
But yeah, incredible stuff.
And Champions Landing provided a show on day one. What's your biggest takeaway?
I think Ricky Wysocki, for me, the way that he's playing right now, he seems very confident. He's controlled. His backhands and forehands are all on point. But, I mean, I think the main thing here is that we had a couple players get to double digits on the day where the conditions look to be the best for the remainder of the week. And from here, it's going to get scrappy. It looks like we're going to have some lightning and rain tomorrow during moving day. And getting that early lead is really important when the conditions start to get worse.
Yeah, you're right. Scoring kind of slows down a little bit in those conditions.
It'd be hard to see double digits come in if it's going to be raining.
Yeah, you make great points, Jim. We're going to send off to one more quick break. We'll have the OTB after show on the other side. We'll catch you there.
The 2024 Prodigy Signature Series are here. The Signature Series explores the evolution of flight and captures our players' personalities along the journey. From prehistoric to flying machines, the theme for the 2024 Signature Series has some incredible artwork on some amazing pieces of plastic. Get yours March 22nd on ProdigyDisc.com and at your local retailer.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
Pound's the best of the best. It's the quality, the craftsmanship, the vision for what a bag could be. Let's start from the beginning. I didn't choose Pound, I chose Levi. I trusted Levi to make the best bag possible.
He's always trying to innovate. He wants it to be perfect. And I think he's the kind of guy that nothing's ever perfect.
I trust the product. I trust the people behind the product.
At this point, I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best made bag.
In a backyard kingdom, not so different from your own. A prince of southern royalty was born of a plastic stone.
Wysocki cards are made to fit you.
And we have the accessories to prove it. Rainy, umbrella holder, or a rainfly.
Got a good grip? So do we.
Drink and snacks, pouches and drink holders.
Boom! Turn your seat into a sofa.
Put your putters in a pouch.
And extra room for anything else you need. Make your cards yours.
With Wysocki accessories.
Yeah, baby, yeah! That's what I'm talking about.
Your dynamic disc open champion, Parker Wells!
And welcome into the OTB After Show. Taking a quick peek at the scores, that is. How about a league card tomorrow, man?
It's going to be awesome. It's no surprise. You know, we talked about surprise winners at the beginning of the show. I guess it would certainly be a surprise if Albert were to go on and play 2 incredible rounds and take this thing down. But, I mean, there would be no surprise for any of the winners that we see on our leaderboard right now at this point until you get to the bottom of the page, really. And all these guys are due. I mean, if they haven't won, they're due for a win. This screen is filled with a ton of talent. I mean, no surprise here. It's the leaderboard here for the Disc Golf Pro Tour.
Some bunch of major champions up there. And welcome into the booth for the final time. Rick's getting into the booth right now, getting ready for our interview. Man, what a day.
Yeah, I mean, it's so nice to play this course when the wind is down. And we did see certain gusts out there that certainly kept the players honest. But for the most part, the wind didn't dictate the rounds, the players did. And that's what you love to see in disc golf. Sometimes you come to Kansas in the middle of this time of year, and it feels like you're not playing disc golf, you're playing something very similar to it, but you're being dictated by the wind and not the other way around. But you love it when you can play this course, keep it in bounds, hold everything that you've done accountable, and yeah, get yourself a fair fight, and that's what we saw today.
I love the way you put that into words, man. Like,
yeah, thank you.
You know, that's really good. We got Rick in the clubhouse. Let's send it on down. Get some words from your leader.
All right, join here in the clubhouse. Your solo leader going into the second day of competition. Ricky Wysocki, 11 under par effort. Not too shabby. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I played really solid. I think the back nine I kept it smooth, and the front nine I was all over the place, sometimes in a good way. And so, yeah, I was overall happy.
You've played this course in so many different types of conditions. Today was a very uncommon wind with the headwind on hole 1, and it was also kind of calm, 15 miles an hour maybe. What is it like when the wind is manageable like this?
Well, it just, a lot of the holes are open, so you're able to really kind of play lawn darts with either the fairway or the basket. And so I think it allows you to be, have a lot more control. And with obviously with the wind, there's lots of different things can happen. And so I think you just have more control of your disc, and which allows you to be able to score, hit your landing zones a lot easier at a higher percentage, and, be able to make longer putts when it's not so windy.
I know whenever you come to Emporia, you are pulled in a million different directions. You had a very busy week before this tournament. How much practice did you actually get to put in?
Yeah, so I did a lot of media, obviously, lots of videos, lots of content, lots of digging through the warehouse, finding all the good discs. That's all fun stuff to do here. And I was able to get a round a day. So I'd get a round in early in the morning and then go do all my media obligations in the afternoon. So I was definitely able to keep my game in a good spot where I feel like I can win.
On 16, you threw your tee shot, hits the back wall. Overhear you on the tee pad say, I'll take a 3 on that one. And then you run the putt. At what moment are you telling yourself, I'm going to go for it?
Well, it was pretty windy on the tee shot, so I definitely didn't expect to be running it. But I got up there and the wind completely died. The basket was right there. It just looked really big. And so I couldn't help myself. I really wanted to run it, but I didn't give it enough juice, and it's hard when you're staring right at the water like that.
Talk about the new drop zone. You've made putts from the old drop zone. Now they've put it closer, but in the corner at about 50-some feet. Have you practiced that putt yet?
No, I actually have not. So I think it's actually a lot harder. It's closer, but it's a lot harder because you miss the basket at all, you're right in the water. Whereas the previous drop zone, it was kind of like a controlled run where you could be chain high, give it a chance to go in, and then if you miss, you're right behind it, tapping in for bogey. But now if you miss, like what Parker did today, it's an automatic double bogey.
Yeah.
And so it's a way harder spot. And I think it's actually, like I said, I think it's a lot harder to make.
Well, we're still in dynamic disc country. What are you going to do this evening? Any more media you have to do?
Yeah, I'm going to actually hole 16. We're doing a mingo throw-off. I'm going out there for my foundation. We're going to throw a bunch of discs, and anyone's invited out there to throw a bunch of discs. We got a bunch of lost and found discs that haven't been claimed, so we're going to throw a bunch of discs. And if you don't want to lose your own discs and want to play hole 16 and you're in Emporia, come on out, check it out.
Drop it ace on 16 for charity. Not too bad. Ricky, good luck tomorrow.
Thank you, man.
Thank you, Ricky and Brian. Take a look at Rick's scorecard. Like I said, crazy front nine, but then he smoothed it out.
3 pars for the day. It's like Ricky Wysocki or something. Yeah, that's just keeping it clean, and I mean, obviously not completely clean with the 2 bogeys, but that one on hole 1 was a little dirty.
It was. Let's check out some round 1 highlights. There were a lot to pick from.
Oh, no kidding. Yeah, I think this one is a good way to start the highlight show off. Just stay in.
Oh, man. I think it's like 3 inches farther it stays in.
Everyone is just thinking the same thing. What do you have to do?
Oh, this drive from Tom on 9. As you said, the best you've ever seen, yeah?
Yeah, I've seen some drives this far when we played from the shorter tee pad last year, but I haven't seen one from the back tee pad yet that went that far. That was just amazing. The control and just beautiful.
Speaking of just beautiful, it's Clement's ace.
So cool. So cool. Maybe stays in without the chains. Like that thing was heading into the bucket. Maybe it spins around 20 times, but perhaps stays in.
It's like a Garrett Girthy putt, you know?
Yeah,
just had the basket in mind.
That's right.
Who needs chains? And this was Heimberg on 17 to get to 10.
He hit a lot of good putts today. Had a few, I would call them characteristically low putts out of his hand. But for the most part, good putting day for Calvin. And Ricky Wysocki to get to 11 under. Really good playing today in round 1.
Absolutely, man. I'm with you. I'm going to head down to 16 here in a second, check some discs.
Yeah, go down there with the Mingos, man. They've got the whole flamingo theme. We're in pink. They're having a great time. They're obviously, I think of the Hive over there at in Des Moines. I think of the 8 holes, and then the third spot, really. I mean, in no particular order.
Yeah.
You know, the Mingos down here on 16. They're a wild crew, and they embody the fun and love of disc golf, and also just the fanfare. It's just really important that disc golf has that, and we're starting to see that pop up in different pockets around the country and on tour, and it's awesome to see.
I love the rebrand this year too with the
the Mingos. I ran into them last night at Radius, and they just reminded me, hey man, come out, we're gonna throw some shots after the round. So as soon as this headset comes off, I think I'm gonna go down there and join you.
All right, man, I love it. All right, should we get out of here, Jim?
Yeah, I think it's time to. We saw a great round 1, and I can't wait to see this thing unfold over the weekend.
What's the shot of the day? It could be.
Oh,
it could be.
gosh,
There's
man.
so many different shots it could be.
I wonder. I'm going to take a stab in the dark. I'm going to say Chris Clements on hole 16.
Oh, good memory.
Yeah,
good memory.
That's my
fun.
guess. I don't know if that's going to win or
Let's
not.
see. Fire it off, Marky. What do you got for us? It could be like a 2-shot, OTB, with the chain out and things. I don't know.
We'll see.
Let's see how crazy Marky gets for us.
A little picture-in-picture with Ricky spit out.
There you go.
So cool. It's like there's so many holes that you would love to ace on tour, but this one I think maybe would be the first place that your mind goes.
Yeah.
When you're thinking of holes you'd love to ace. And all the number of holes we play on tour, this is the one that really sticks out.
And ace is kind of a good shot on this hole too. You want to miss long.
It totally is. And I have no doubt that Chris would have stayed inbounds had the chains not gotten in the way.
Yeah. Wow. What an opening day at the Dynamic Disc Open. It continues tomorrow for Star Wars Day.
Well, it's a very special day in disc golf, and we'll talk more about that tomorrow, but may the force be with all of you.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much for watching day 1. For everybody in the field, everybody in the booth making this possible, we very much appreciate you, and we'll catch you tomorrow.